Amy, you ready to proceed?
I am, thank you.
Okay, very good. Let the record reflect it's Friday, it's June 18th, 2021. And excuse me, the Board of Building Appeals is convened to consider our docket and agenda for today. And our first case is a Division of Industrial Compliance case, and it's case number 21-0051. And it deals with the premises located at 2569 Glade Road, located in Beaver, Ohio, and the division's adjudication order number is noted on our docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties, beginning with Mr. Breach. We'll then ask Mr. Eaton to appear. I'll have an oath administered and we'll begin. Did we lose Mr. Breach? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Enter your appearance by stating your full name and spell your last name for the record, please.
My full name, Randall George Breach. Last name is spelled B-R-E-E-C-H.
Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Eaton?
Jeff Eaton, E-A-T-O-N, Chief Building Official for the Division of Industrial Compliance.
Okay, gentlemen, if you would each stand, raise your right hand. Tammy, would you administer the oath, please?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do understand from Mr. Breach and a memo that we have that only item 4 is before us this afternoon. And that being the case, Mr. Breach, you have the floor.
Yes. After reworking the plans, we took care of the issues. Items 1 through 3, and item 4 deals with the requirement for restroom facilities. This is a produce auction house for selling Amish produce, and they wish to be able to provide porta-johns in replace of having restrooms, because this will just be a once a week activity, and this is on farmland that is nowhere close to resources to hook up plumbing, and they are willing to have accessible porta-johns, and in addition to that, 2 regular porta-johns at the site, and to take care of the visitors during the auction.
Questions of Mr. Breach by members of the board?
How many people are at an auction?
They said that the total at any given time would be 80 to 100 people. And that's why they're willing to just, instead of providing one unisex restroom, they are going to provide one unisex compliant restroom and then 2 standard restrooms to be sure there's enough facilities for all.
Any other questions about Mr. Breach?
I mean, who monitors that they can provide them?
Excuse me, you're breaking up.
I mean, who makes sure that these restrooms are in place when they're needed?
The Amish has several other of these facilities, including one here in Gallia County where I live, and they contract with a company to also service those facilities, and if it is necessary, I can provide you with that documentation, but that the other facilities, that's how they're handled. They're in, I believe at this time, they're in 4 counties with similar facilities.
I mean, you could provide restroom facilities on the site, even if you don't have water. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, that's why there's no setup for sewer or water. The sewer, they would have to put in an on-site system, and then the water, neither one are available. They bought a large section of property, part of which will be used to produce these vegetables and so forth. But in accordance, once again, this is the Amish, and they are reluctant to provide such facilities. because of the fact it's only going to be seen by the public at the most 1 day a week, and that's just for a few months of the year.
Oh, so it's not every week.
No. And actually, they only have the good produce for a period of 3 to 4 months, and other than that, the facility will not be occupied.
I mean, because the schools, they provide, restrooms that are not, they don't have water, they're more like, I don't know, outhouses.
Yeah, there would be a way around that, but with today's, for instance, for various events in the Gallup City Park, the city has a contract with the company, and their ADA and standard restrooms are very nice, and as long as they're properly maintained, and they will make sure that there is, they are placed in an accessible position for those in a wheelchair and so forth. So these facilities these days are much nicer than what they used to be, and the accessible facilities are quite large compared to what we're used to seeing on the construction site or something. So that's what they're willing to do in lieu of spending all the money on a system that would not be used all that often. But they do understand people will need restrooms, but it's what they want to do.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Breach? Mr. Eaton?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Breach answered one question I had about the hours of use and seasonal use. It sounds like only during the summer months and then daylight hours of operation only, if I understand correctly. So based on that, we're in support of the request, and I guess I would specify that it's only for the mercantile occupancy only. There's probably a good potential this could be rented out for graduations or parties or whatever, but that stipulation the board usually provides would cover that. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Eaton? All right, thoughts, comments, or sentiments by members of the board?
I'm in favor of the variance.
Fine with it as well. I think the only point of discussion from my perspective, Mr. Chair, is that, this is also open to the public as well too. I don't know. I mean, we didn't really talk about that. Obviously, for a lot of Amish facilities, we do grant a variance for plumbing fixtures. This one being marked where they're selling goods to the public. Again, just a concern that I want to make sure that we would discuss before we would go ahead and move forward with it.
Okay. Brad?
Yeah, when I first looked at it, I thought, well, it's a permanent building. Permanent building seems like it should have some kind of permanent facility. And I was a little concerned about who, they can say that they're going to do this, they're going to have a contract, but who monitors that to make sure that they do provide the facilities for the public to be there, for something for the people to use. I mean, if you pull up, you got kids and whatever, you pull up and you think, well, you need to use a restroom, you kind of would like to have one there. I guess if the building officials are okay with this, I'm not sure how in the end, Jeff, do we enforce it, I guess, even if we say that they shall provide temporary facilities, how does that happen?
Honestly, once the certificate of occupancy is issued, the building department is technically out. So any maintenance and operation of the building, although there's no fire systems here, but technically fall on fire official.
Fire official, huh? Okay.
Again, there's for them to go out and police the plumbing. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And to your point, the building department is out. It's to see if they'll be available. Sure. That's what I'm saying.
Jeff, you just faded on us there at the end.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said to Mr. Smith's point, once the certificate of occupancy is issued, the building department has to make sure that the occupancy conditions or stipulations are maintained, basically out of that.
So it's basically on the honor system. So,
I think that's right. Okay, Neil, I don't think we've heard from you.
I did respond. I'm fine with the variance and its condition.
Well, how would you just, is this the standard use condition or?
Let me put some conditions up on the screen, and then I will read through them, and then we can have a discussion after that, if you don't mind. Okay, I think first we probably need an official withdrawal of items 1, 2, and 3 by the appellant. But for item number 4, variance is conditioned on the following. Number 1, building shall be used for seasonal mercantile use during daylight hours only, with signage installed to the satisfaction of the building official. Number 2, portable accessible restroom facilities with hand sanitizing stations shall be provided to the satisfaction of the building official. And number 3, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein.
Okay, we'll take care of the housekeeping first. Mr. Breach, you'll withdraw from the appeal items 1, 2, and 3. Is that correct?
Yes, I would like to withdraw from that appeal on items 1, 2, and 3 only, and deal with item 4, which we're doing now.
Okay, and do you have any comments or questions regarding the proposed conditions that Mr. Began put up on the screen and reviewed?
We have no issues with that, and I will make sure that these gentlemen are made fully aware of the need and necessity to make sure these are kept usable at all times during their season that they're using the facility.
Okay. Mr. Eaton, are those conditions satisfactory to the division?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Yes, before I do that, Mr. Chair, just maybe a further direction for Mr. Eaton. Conditions for signage. I think if you wanted to have them install a sign that says daylight hours only and any directional signage to restrooms, I think that's probably a good idea.
Yes, I would agree. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0051, the appellant is David Swary for Beaver Valley Produce Association for the location at 2569 Glade Road, Beaver, Ohio 45613.
That's what we talked about.
The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official, Bureau of Building Code Compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2021-020774. I am moved to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read in the record, and noting items 1, 2, and 3 have been withdrawn.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion's been made. It's been seconded by Mr. Welch. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Breach, the variance has been granted with respect to item 4 on those 3 conditions. Is there anything further to come in front of the board on this matter? Hearing none, that concludes that case, and I'll move. I think we have all the parties here for the second case that was docketed for 12:30. That is also a Division of Industrial Compliance case. It's case number 21-0060. and it deals with property at the Ohio State University campus, 2121 Kenny Road, located in Columbus, and the division's adjudication order number is noted on the docket. It appears we have a number of individuals that are appearing on behalf of the appellant, and because we're not doing this in person, we'll try to go one by maybe we'll do it. Is John Hundley? I saw him earlier, right? Yeah, Mr. Hundley. He's present.
I am fine, thank you.
And is Mitch Dolery present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is Pat Cuthbert present? Okay, what about Danny Scott?
Yes, sir, present.
Okay, and Trent Jawinski?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, Kane Peters? Okay. Is Kane Peters, is he present? Okay. Grant Anderson? Okay. And then Richard Kolinsky?
Yes, present.
Okay, so I think what we have here, we have John Hundley, Mitch Dolery, Danny Scott, Trent Jawinski, and Richard Kolinsky appearing on behalf of the university. Mr. Could you enter your appearance, please?
Jeff Eaton, EATON, Chief Building Official for the Division of Industrial Compliance.
Okay, if the individuals that have appeared on behalf of the university and Mr. Eaton if they would stand wherever they're situated, raise your right hand. Tammy, would you administer an oath, please?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
And it looks like we have items 1 and 2 that are in front of us from the adjudication order. Is that correct? Is it items 1 and 2 or just items 1?
1 and 2, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Hundley or others, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll be, this is Mr. Hundley. I will be presenting and sharing my screen, and I'll start off with an overview kind of the project quickly. I just want to go through that real quickly to let you know what the building looks like overall. Then we'll jump into some drawings of the specific issue and a sketch of an alternate system, and then talk through the variance language of hardships and things of that nature. But basically, we're seeking a variance to plumbing code 1108.1 and .2, which requires a separate overflow emergency drain system. We do have an emergency overflow system, but our system ties into the main system with an alarm system instead of a separate daylight plumbing drain that comes out of the building. So I'll show you the context of that and walk through that and start presenting my screen now.
Okay.
Can everybody see my screen?
Oh, we see you. Oh, and I see the screen. Yep.
I see it.
Okay, thank you. This is the Wexner Medical, Ohio State Wexner Medical Center outpatient care. We also call it the ambulatory building as well. So just a quick overview of where it's located. Here's the main campus. This is on the west campus here at Kenny Road and Woody Hayes, and this is Lane Avenue. Kind of going in a little bit further into the site, you can see this is our site here in orange with Woody Hayes, Lane Avenue, Kenny Road here going north and south. North is at the top of the page. A lot of Ohio State Park surface parking to the west of our building, a substation to the south, and this is the Morehouse Medical Plaza across the street. This drawing shows a kind of a master plan of future development with our building here in white and a phase 2 in gray. It's just important to note that as these daylight drains need to daylight, we're kind of hemmed in by this west side with future expansion, things of that nature. But again, this is Kenny Road and Woody Hayes and Carmack. This portion is the ambulatory building. This portion is the phase 1 parking facility. So we're adding a new entrance into the site, and for the future there will be a new road south of our development. This is showing the phase 1 component. Phase 2 will be out here to the west, as you saw before, but again, this is the building and the parking, Kenny Road, and just gives you a better idea of our entry and drop off. This is Morehouse on the east side of our building. This is showing the drop off of this upper section here and just how we come into the building and enter it. This is the parking structure facade, and then this is the main entry to the ambulatory building and what it looks like. There's a canopy and coming in underneath into the south entry. This is just want to make sure you see some of the low roof areas that we have, atrium areas, and this is the tower portion of the building with clinics, and then this is a lower portion of outpatient services. This is what the building looks like from the north end. So you can see there's some more lower roof in the tower section, and then the upper roof, of course, up above. These are floor plans, just overall colored floor plans. The main entry here to the south, most of the public and everything can come in, is identified with this yellow color, and the rest of the colors are either clinics or offices as we go through the building. But just a couple of things I wanted to point out. Everything in purple here are vertical circulation. So there's 2 main elevator cores, one for the public and one for service, and stairs and so forth. This is a proton facility as well. So everything you see here is 10-foot thick concrete walls that pretty much bunkers on this lower west end of the building, as well as linear accelerator. So this is pretty much radiation oncology. The building is primarily an oncology building. As we go up through the second floor, again, the public comes up this elevator, and there's clinics and certainly a dense amount of space. This is mainly an imaging and radiology function on this floor. And the third floor is an ambulatory surgery floor with patient prep and things of that nature, and labs and pharmacies coming up through the building. And then we kind of get to our tower component. This is a mechanical floor before we get up into the upper floors, which are clinics. The public comes up and waits in this yellow area, and these are all clinic and staff spaces, exam rooms, primarily on these 2 floors. Then we have primarily offices and a clinical trials unit, and then on the upper floor is a infusion unit for cancer patients. Just to let you know where we are in our schedule, across the top is year 2020 and 2021 and 2022. We started this project in July of 2020, issued design documents in blue up here, and then permitting in orange here, and then everything in green is construction. Overall, we are at this red mark, which is a little more than a third of the way into construction. They're probably up to the 4th floor of steel on the building, and have poured all of those concrete elevator cores that you saw in purple before. So this is where we are. And then this just identifies some of the relevant costs. We've looked at the system we've proposed is what has been bought out. We had presented this system to the state before and received favorable response, and just now kind of receiving the adjudication order to comply formally. So that's the reason for our variance. So when we look at the costs to actually comply with what the state code is requiring, the separate system, at this stage, it's a cost impact to the university of about $375,000. This is showing the total cost, which includes that parking garage, And this is showing the ambulatory building cost and what it would take to incorporate that at this stage. What I'd like to do now is kind of go to our drawings, which are showing a, let me show you kind of the overall roof plan to give you an idea of where we are with things. This is the drawing set that was issued to the state in August last year for permit, and we did receive a temporary permit, and then we got our adjudication order this May. So it's been several months of construction and development. But this roof plan, if you're familiar with seeing roof plans, shows the slope to these drains, which you can kind of see how there's two drains there. One is a primary drain and one is an overflow drain. So everywhere there's a one of these sets of drains is how we provide storm drainage for the roof of the building. Overall, and just looking at some of these other drawings. So there's several low roof areas. This one is over that Proton facility, and again, it does show the main primary roof drain and the overflow drain, just to show you how many of those there are. I won't go through too many of these without, but just want to make sure I'm covering it for you all. And these are the upper roofs at that taller tower component, again showing those drain components. And when we look at the riser diagram for it, it really helps to reflect how these drains are serviced or how they're designed. So this is the plumbing riser diagram. This is the roof level. This is showing the primary drain in this symbol and the overflow drain. And so you can see we tie into the main system, but we actually have an overflow rainwater sensor system that operates 24 hours a day on emergency backup system that would alert the university if any water actually gets into this overflow system. Otherwise, you would have a complete separate double pipe that exited the building. So this system automatically notifies the university. They can tell which drain is clogged by any of these upper or lower roof systems and how they're tied in. So this is what was proposed and is the basis of our variance instead of a separate system. I'd like to show you just what that system looks like. There is in each one of the overflow pipes, there are double sensors that trigger whenever water is flowing into the pipe. And they trigger back to a flow sensor system that's in the tied to the building BAS system. So if any of these sensors are triggered, an alarm is sent to the university at any time, day or night, to address an issue with the roof drains. And so in our application, when we were applying for this, I think you likely have these, but we are addressing the plumbing code 1108.1 and .2, and some of the relief sought that some of the items that we had talked about initially. So we are utilizing a primary and secondary roof drain, of course, as you saw those two drains at the roof. And instead of separately discharging through a separate system, we are discharging, it is a separate system, but instead of a separate pipe that daylights, it's a alarm system that monitors this. It's been a system that's been in use for 15 years or so, and they're connected to the building management system, which goes into alarm, as I mentioned before. It sends out an alarm 24/7 and activates to the university facility personnel. University, as well as us, believe it's actually an improvement over what is required in the code, since the overflow is monitored 24/7, and also the exact location of which overflow drain is activated can be reflected easier. The university currently, of course, uses daylight drains on many of their facilities. Have problems with those, with freezing, with intermittent rain dripping through those separate systems and staining the exterior of the building, things of that nature. As you saw with a lot of the lower roof areas that we had, if we tried to do a separate scupper system all the way from that top of the tower, the lower roofs couldn't handle that extra amount of rain being spilled onto those. So it is an overly complex type of system if we were to have to separately daylight it as indicated in the code. We're kind of blocked there on the west side as I showed earlier. So and also just for consideration, the university performs monthly roof and roof drain inspections. That's documented through their CMS workflow system. So it's a fairly stringent item for them. So one of the items that's affecting us at this time is, submitting these in August of last year. The project is bought out, as I had mentioned. It would be a significant cost and schedule impact to the project to incorporate it at this time. And so with that, I'll kind of close with that and just ask for questions, or if you need me to go back to any of the documents, please let me know.
Okay, very well. Thank you. On that, questions of Mr. Hundley by members of the board?
Yeah, I have a question. It's kind of a unique situation, seems like, and I'm not that familiar with roof drains, but you need the roof drains because you have parapets around the roof to keep the water, to drain the water. Otherwise, it would build up on the roof.
That's correct.
And you have the secondary in case the primary gets plugged. Is that right? So.
That's correct. It gets plugged at the drain itself. Yep.
And so, but the problem is you should have a separate pipe system for the secondary system. Is that right?
Correct. And as it goes all the way through the building is what is the code indicates. We have a separate pipe system, but if I go back to this sketch, it's definitely, you can see the primary drain and then the secondary drain. It is a separate system, but it ties in back to the main drain system. So the code would require you to do a separate system that has a separate pipe that goes all the way down as well. And so we're tying this together with this system with an alarm device. So the secondary system depends on, it daylights to the exterior. It depends on somebody noticing that drain is expelling water. So that tells them that the overflow drain is activated and there's an issue at the roof. But you would only see that, in the daylight hours or when there's personnel happens to notice it. With this system, you would notice it 24/7 because it's triggered to an alarm. But it is a separate drain and a separate overflow pipe. It just ties back into the main vertical line that goes through the building.
So you're saying this is a better system than having another vertical pipe in a completely separate system?
We feel like it is, actually, yes.
So, so if the alarm goes off, what if somebody goes up on the roof and tries to unplug things?
They do, exactly. And,
so, oh, go ahead.
In a typical system, a lot of these overflow drains would be tied together. So you wouldn't know which drain it was, whether it the upper roof or lower roof, or and they expel out of the building. And if building personnel happens to notice it in time, you would go up to the roof to unplug it. And with this system, you know, it notifies you in the middle of the night. The university would get an automatic call to their personnel to address this if it was an issue.
You know, I guess then one last question is that you know, if you have a separate system, it's a separate system, and the chances of them both being plugged would be probably slight. But how do you know that the sensors are working? I mean, you know, after 10 years, are they still going to be working okay?
They're tied to the building management system. So even if they start to fail, it alarms that they're failed, and so that they would need maintenance and repair.
Oh.
If that was the case.
Oh, okay.
So that's how the system works. So you know, they have a control panel within our plumbing main plumbing room, and then that control panel is tied to the building maintenance system. So if it alarms on any failure or any, I guess, triggering of these sensors in the system.
Okay. That's all I have. Thanks.
I have
You're
a
welcome.
question. Is there a secondary power source to these alarm systems for the panel?
There's an emergency generator for our building, and this is tied, is on that backup emergency generator system. So it is a separate power.
Oh, okay. And what is your procedure? Because you're only running one riser roof drain up the building. So what is your procedure if that riser gets clogged downstream of that sensor?
So it's actually not just one riser. This is just showing a portion of it. There are several risers that still go through the building. So you know, the system isn't designed for this whole riser to get plugged. It would be it just really can't happen. They don't clog that way. And I don't know if Rich Kalinsky, who's on our call, is our plumbing engineer. He can maybe articulate it maybe a little bit better, but
Yeah.
the main.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Go ahead, Rich.
Richard Kalinsky, BR Plus A. Yeah, if we were to have a failure downstream, say at the bottom of that stack, the piping network is only capable of holding 15 psi static. So it would catastrophically rupture at the bottom of the stack and essentially flood the building, which isn't great, but it wouldn't fail the roof.
Yeah, what we are preventing is the clogging at the roof area itself. And so, you know, that if the drains actually get clogged, that's where the issue happens and is, you know, kind of addressed by the code. Not so much downstream if these pipes are clogged. That's not how that the intent of that is of that requirement, nor how it's designed.
Okay, that answers my question.
Right.
Any other questions of Mr. Hundley? Let's hear from Mr. Eaton then.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Gehring answered one question I had about any issues downstream. When we first looked at this, we tried to qualify as an alternatively engineered system, but just the fact that this system requires some type of manual effort where the secondary drain system that runs to daylight is an automatic, but we don't have any strong opposition. You know, obviously our concerns are if the system would fail, but I think they've got enough safeguards in place with the roof maintenance and the emergency power. You know, it should be fine. I know we're going to have other projects that have a similar type design coming forward, but other than that, I think we're okay with the design as proposed.
Any questions of Mr. Eaton?
I have a question, and maybe either party can answer this, but it seems like if you have a monthly inspection schedule, then the issue of designing the system to code where the university doesn't want to see the staining on the walls or whatever shouldn't be a reality. And I guess my point being is if the university has a maintenance schedule for this, where's the issue?
Well, the issue with that particular point is, both of these drains are still open to the sky, and you still get rainwater into the overflow system. It's just not as much, but it still trickles down, and that all collects and trickles out of those daylight. I don't know if you've seen them. We call them cow tongues, but they come out of a lot of buildings.
Right.
And so it's that intermittent rain or snow that can get drained, that can get into that and just create stain. It just can be a constant drip almost in some cases, but this is actually attributed to storm drainage, and when there's a rain event and there's a lot of water collecting in these drains, if this one gets clogged, it overflows into the secondary system. But there is some intermittent rain that gets in there, and it can freeze and it can stay in the building. That's what the university has a problem with.
So is the riser capable of handling 2 inlets? That volume of water that could potentially come from the main and the backup?
It is.
The system is based on the square footage of the roof ponding area that the drain serves. So we wouldn't have anything more or less from each ponding area.
Okay.
So that the sizing is similar.
So you're not going to overflow your riser?
No, the riser will be capable if either drain is flowing, or if both drains are flowing from the same ponding area.
Okay.
I just want to make sure who's speaking right now?
I'm sorry, Richard Kalinsky, BR+A.
Got it. Okay. All right. I just wanted our court stenographer to know that. Thank you.
I should have announced myself.
That's okay. All right. Any other questions of either of the parties by members of the board? Okay. Thoughts, comments?
It's a unique situation. I could support what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I can as well, Carl. I mean, it realistically, it looks like it works, sufficiently. I'm sure there's always going to be, certain occasions where it may fail. But if they are monitored as regularly as testified to, that should be taken care of. So I'm okay with it.
Hey, Jeff, is that a virtual backdrop there, or is that a physical backdrop?
It's a virtual backdrop.
Okay.
I'm not in a golf cart, for the record.
Well, Mr. Chair, this is Paul Began. I did want to let everybody speak. I understand what they're trying to do, and really the risk is probably minimal, but I really like dumb systems. Dumb systems tend not to fail, and if they do, it's dumb enough to take care of itself. So, I understand that there's a schedule and a budget consideration for this thing. It's a risk that if, again, there's different opinions. If I was to advise a client, I would say, for just the fact that it's a dumb system, that I would probably be recommending that they keep with the normal daylight system. That being said, I would not oppose a variance if my colleagues felt that was in order.
Okay. I guess we heard from you. And Chip, did we heard from you? We heard from you.
Hey, I'll be honest, I'm not convinced that it's going to work as designed or intended, but and I don't necessarily see the hardship, but ultimately, we won't know and for decades from now, and we'll all be dead.
Yeah, some of us less than decades.
So, I mean, I'm lukewarm to it, but I don't oppose it.
Okay. And Brad, where are you?
I agree with Paul, in that it's, dumb systems you're more reliable. That's why they have them. You don't have to worry about electronics but in this case, the university's got it, I think, covered several times, not only through their electronic monitoring system, but their, whatever it was, their weekly or monthly inspections. I mean, and if they have a roof leak, I don't think they want a roof leak. So I'm still, in favor of their variance. So
As am I. Paul, do you need to work on? I know you're sort of reluctantly in favor of the variance based on where the board's headed, but are there conditions that you might have to craft?
Yeah, and I did put a condition up on the screen. Let me read it through, and it's really just trying to describe the system. I know it's on the approved construction documents as a system, but at least have technically giving a variance to this item, they don't have to do anything, right? Because we're giving variance without some type of a condition on there. So let me do this, and maybe Mr. Hunley could review it and let me know if it's an adequate description of the system. Variance is conditioned upon installation of electronic sensors installed in each overflow drain and tied into the building management system, such that an alarm notification is made when water flows through the overflow drain. The electronic sensors shall be maintained on the emergency power system.
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would you want to add the caveat similar to how you handle alternate fire alarm and detection system? That's a required system. So I know the intent may be there, but would you want to add that specific verbiage that system can't be removed? It's a required system for the building.
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Eaton.
Okay.
Give me a moment to craft that one up real quick.
Okay. We'll walk for just a second.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
All right, back on the record, Tammy.
Okay,
Let me put this up on the screen here real quick. Hold on. Okay, I'll just reread through the whole description again, or condition again, Mr. Chair. Variance is conditioned upon installation of electronic sensors installed in each overflow drain and tied into the building management system such that an alarm notification is made when water flows through the overflow drain. The electronic sensors shall be maintained on the emergency power system. The electronic overflow drain monitoring system shall be considered a required system and listed as a special condition on the certificate of occupancy by the building official.
Mr. Hunley, is that?
That sounds good to me. I don't have a problem with that. Rich, I don't know if you have any questions for that at all.
No, this is Richard Kalinsky. That's acceptable.
Okay, and Mr. Eaton?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think you had it covered before, but this helps memorialize it on the C of O. Thank you.
I think we're in a position to, I'd entertain a motion at this point in time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0060, the appellant is Ohio State University for the premises WMC Outpatient Care West Campus Ambulatory Building located at 2121 Kenny Road, Columbus, Ohio 43210. The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official, Bureau of Building Code Compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2020-020875. I move to grant the variance subject to the condition previously read in the record and noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion is made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Hunley, variance is granted on those conditions. Anything to come in front of the board further on this matter?
No, sir. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Okay.
You too.
All right. We've been at it 50 minutes. Tammy, you good to go?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, does any of the members need a break?
No.
I'm okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then let's call the case set for 1 o'clock on our docket. This is a Columbus matter. It's case number 21-0056. It deals with the premises located at 1115 Michigan Avenue, Unit C, located in Columbus, and the adjudication number is noted on the docket by the building for the building department. Let's have an introduction of the parties. Let's begin first with the appellant and/or appellant representatives. You state your full name, spell your last name for our record, and then also the capacity by which you're here in a representative way. We'll do the same thing with building and fire officials, and we'll have an oath administered and we'll begin. Is Timothy Bass present? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll add, if they're joining by phone, they may be muted. It's a *6 on your phone to unmute.
Well, I didn't get to Susan behind the scenes email. Everybody was ready for this case, so maybe they're not here. Is Dean Adamantidis, is he present? And Timothy Bass not present? Okay. Well, let me just further ask, Mr. Ghosh, are you present?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and Chief Sanders?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and is Wendy Boots present?
No, Mr. Chair, she couldn't be here today.
All right, so let me do this. With respect to the 130 case, do we have Stephanie Delgado present?
I'm present.
Okay, you're faint, but you're present. Okay, and then is Katsumi Morari present? Is that a yes?
I'm present on Colin.
Okay, great. And then Bill Rhodes? Was Mr. Rhodes going to be a participant today? Ms. Delgado or Mr. Mori?
Yes, he was going to use our GC with Turner, so he was going to answer any questions for the financial hardship.
Okay, so all right, so we're just not in a position to proceed at this point in time with that case either. So we'll wait a few minutes and attempt to do the 1 o'clock Michigan Avenue case. Give the parties an opportunity to appear. I will say that for purposes of our agenda today, is there a motion to approve minutes from our last 2 days of hearings, May 24th and May 25th of 2021?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes for May 24th have been approved. The minutes for May 25th have been approved.
I'm looking at that pile of cash in Neil's desk drawer there.
Was he counting it?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
should we make an announcement to the attendees? There's a possibility that the one case 210056 is watching and they're not aware that they're not in the meeting. Possibly they could call in on the invite.
I could do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We are able to notice that there are 6 attendees noted that are viewing this hearing online. If you are viewing online and are not signed in as a presenter, we cannot hear your testimony. If that is the case and you've had trouble logging in, there is also a phone number that our Executive Secretary, Ms. Steer, provided to you in the invitation that you can call in on that number and participate via phone. So it asks that you do that if you, again, are just watching online and not able to participate.
All right, we'll see if we're successful. While we're waiting, Susan, do you want to explain the refund request, case number 21-0058?
Sure. This is a situation where we received a request on May 28th. I did process it within the database, and that's as far as it went. After that, we received a cancellation from the architect, just stating they wanted to cancel their request for appeal. So no notices went out to the parties at all.
Okay. Gentlemen, your thoughts refunding?
Mr. Chair, I would be in favor of refunding that application fee. I know Mr. did spend a little bit of time on it, but without notices being sent, we didn't spend any additional funds.
I agree with that. Any board members object to that?
No, I'll second Mr. Beegan's motion if that needs to be a motion.
Okay, I think that is a motion. We'll characterize that as a motion, and you've seconded it, Chip. All those in favor of refunding the processing fee for case number 21-0058, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we've taken care of that piece of business. All right, let's circle back. Timothy Bass, are you present?
Mr. Chairman, I just received an email from him. He's wherever he's located, he's off by an hour. So he states he's going to join in just a minute. I just received that email.
Okay. Okay, let's do this. I think we're at a point. Let's just, Tammy, we'll go off the record for just a second. If anybody needs to use the restroom or grab a cup of coffee, go ahead and do that, and we'll give these parties an opportunity to join. Off the
Okay.
record. Susan, you want to do a roll call?
I know that, the first Columbus case is not here. Is it possible you want to pick up with the 130 Columbus case?
Yeah, we can do that. We didn't have Mr. Rhodes though. Is Bill Rhodes present?
No, I have not entered anyone. I'm working currently with Timothy Bass to try to get him in. But no, we're still waiting on Mr. Rhodes.
So we're stymied for the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe Bill said that he's waiting to be let into the meeting.
I have had no one call in yet that I could admit.
Oh, okay. I'll try to send him another.
See, this is why I can't wait to get back to live hearings.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say that. All right, there's a 614 number waiting.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Rhodes?
It's Tim Bass.
Oh, Tim, okay. Very good. And do we have Dean Adamantitis?
I don't think Dean can join us today.
Okay, you're willing to proceed as the only representative then for the appellant, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we do have Mr. Ghosh and we have Chief Sanders present. So let me go ahead. Let me call this case. Tammy, let's go on the record, please.
Okay.
I'm going to recall case number 21-0056. It deals with the premises located at 115 Michigan Avenue. It is a Columbus Building Authority adjudication, and the building department's adjudication number is noted on our docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties, beginning with you, Mr. Bass. State your full name, spell your last name, and then the capacity by which you're here representing the appellant. We'll do the same thing with the building and fire official, and I'll have an oath administered and we'll begin.
Yes, sir. My name is Timothy A. Bass. I'm with Bass Studio Architects. I am representing Mr. Attendees as his architect on this project.
Very good. Mr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amit Ghosh, GHOSH, Building Official, City of Columbus.
Okay, thank you. And our fire official, please.
Battalion Chief Scott Sanders, Acting Fire Marshal, Columbus, Ohio Division of Fire.
Very good. Okay, if the three of you would stand, raise your right hand. Tammy, would you administer an oath, please?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, very good. Someone may need to mute just with background noise, unless that's Mr. Bass, because I'm going to turn it over to you at this point in time. You have the floor.
Me?
Yes, Mr. Bass. Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to apologize. We're actually out of town in a different time zone, and so sitting down to get ready for the meeting, it became apparent that we're an hour behind. So I appreciate you letting me do this. The subject property, the property was the unit that we're requesting the appeal sits in an existing building adjacent to a formerly existing or historic building. We built that unit and submitted that for a permit some years ago. And over the course of construction, it became apparent to the owner that that unit would be far more successful if it had another restroom associated with the sleeping area. In order to do that, we had a small mezzanine in that unit, and in order to do that, we needed to add a small amount of square footage and then just frame the restroom in. And we submitted sort of out of context, I think, we submitted as a standalone building in which this would not be a problem at all under the current code. But the finding by the city was that because it was once submitted as part of two buildings on one lot and as part of the same building, that the whole building would have to be compliant. And so there's a small portion, the second floor of the historic building is not suppressed and technically would have to be for us to have this larger mezzanine, which would become a story. So I think that the hardship is that we're trying to create a very small amount of square footage and add a bathroom to a mezzanine that essentially doesn't change functionally. And so we have a very small construction cost to do that. And that's sort of measured against the cost of the invasive addition of a suppression system in the historic building. And I think there are some mitigating factors that we hope you consider. And one of those is that as we designed the back building, as we call it, the addition, I guess, we sat down with the city several times and went through a complex weave of regulations. And we did end up crafting it as a podium building. It's a very small podium building, but it's a podium building with all the attendant separations between units, between that building and the next building, between that building and all the buildings around it. And so it's a pretty highly compartmentalized building as it is. And I think that we have a small square footage and we do have the little hardship. I think that and again, functionally, there's no greater intensity in the proposed increase in size in that mezzanine than what would be if we never changed it. It's a sleeping loft, and it will continue to be a sleeping loft for one person or perhaps two, but So those are mitigating factors we hope you'll consider. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions of Mr. Bass by members of the board? Hearing none, Mr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bass suggested that as a remedial measure that he was going to interconnect the smoke detectors. My submission to the board will be that will probably lead to a lot of false alarms, especially since this is a residential use. I left him a voicemail message, but it was probably not well in advance. So in similar situations, Mr. Chair, if I may, that we've accepted emergency battery packs in the unit and outside so that people can get out safely. And, you know, the fire department will probably de-energize the building in case of an event. It helps people to get out. That'll be preferred than interconnecting all the smoke detectors.
Chief Sanders, what are your thoughts on that?
Columbus Fire takes the exact same stance as Mr. Ghosh in the building department.
Mr. Bath, what are your thoughts?
We're certainly amenable to do that. We did speak with the owner, and he's certainly prepared to do that.
Okay. All right. Questions of Mr. Ghosh or Chief Sanders by members of the board?
I don't know if I have any questions, Mr. Chair. I mean, the bigger concern, I mean, functionally, I would agree with Mr. Bass that this is not a lot different than what was approved with the original design for the building. However, there being another building space, another room, a bathroom up on there, you know, my only concern, you know, would be for search and rescue that the fire department has to do in this building. It looks like there's a little bit of a maze to get up there in the first place. They're in the unit, they got to go up to the loft and then go into another room, noting that the building is not sprinklered. My question would be to again make sure that Chief Sanders would be okay with that, noting that there's another little compartment that his team would have to go through.
And now for a quick clarification, the unit, the building that we're discussing with the unit in it is fully suppressed, and it is it's a 13, not a 13R. This building is suppressed, and the first story of the building that existed before we built this building is suppressed. The only thing that is not suppressed is the second story of the historic building 5 feet away from us. So this building is fully suppressed.
Oh, good. Well, thank you for the clarification. That helps me understand a lot better.
Okay. Chief, do you want to comment though? Mr. Began did raise that issue, but it may be.
No, I was under the impression it was suppressed also, so we're all on the same page then now.
Okay. Okay. Chip, Neil, Brad?
I support the variance.
I do as well.
Brad, you're muted.
How'd that happen? I gathered that the building department and the fire department are both in agreement with the variance with a condition, so I would support it as well.
So would I. Paul, do you need some time?
No, let me, before I put it up on the screen, let me just read through it and make sure that Mr. Ghosh and Chief Sanders are okay with it. Variance is conditioned upon the fire alarm system shall be provided with emergency power to the satisfaction of the building official.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, to Mr. Began, we were just looking for emergency lighting, emergency power would be emergency lighting.
Okay,
whichever way you say it.
Okay, so not necessarily the fire alarm system, but add additional emergency lighting
Yes, yes.
So if, let me read this again then, Mr. Chair. Variance is conditioned upon additional emergency lighting with battery backup shall be provided to the satisfaction of the building official.
Okay, Mr. Bass, first of all, is that acceptable as framed?
Yes.
Okay, Chief Sanders, Mr. Ghosh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Are we at a point where can I entertain the motion, or do you need to read that again, Paul?
No, I think I read it. I would be okay with that. Let me,
You want me to do it, Paul? I got it pulled up.
yeah, sure, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 21-0056, the appellant is LDA Investments LLC for the premises 1115 Michigan Avenue, Unit C, Columbus, Ohio. The appellee is Amit Ghosh, building official for the city of Columbus, and adjudication order number A/O 2021-005. I move to grant the variance subject to the condition previously read into the record and noting the no objection of the chief building and fire officials.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Okay, a motion's been made. It's been seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Bass, you're even though you're an hour behind us or an hour ahead of us,
Yes.
You have succeeded based on those conditions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Okay.
your patience.
Thank you. Tammy, are you ready to, well, let me ask you, any members of the board or Tammy need a break?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, and Susan, do we think now that we have Mr. Rhodes, or have you admitted anybody in for the 130 case?
I have admitted two people that called in by phone. I'm not sure who they are.
Okay, well, we'll give it a shot here. Let the record reflect it's 147. We're going to call case number 21-0052. It deals with the premises located at 1655 Old Leonard Avenue in Columbus. This is obviously a Columbus building department matter, and the building department's application number is noted on our docket. I know that we had Ms. Delgado on earlier. Are you still there, please?
I'm still here.
Okay, and you're faint, so
Oh,
to the
can you
extent it's still faint, but just to the extent you're going to participate, well, you're going to have to probably speak a little louder. And then is Kasumi Morai, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Morai, present, please?
Yes, Kasumi Maroy.
Morai, okay, thank you. And Mr. Rhodes, Bill Rhodes?
Bill Rhodes is present.
Okay, very good. And we have Mr. Ghosh and Chief Sanders still?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay.
All right, very good. If the five of you would stand, raise your right hand. Tammy, would you administer an oath, please?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, who's going to present for the appellant?
So I will be presenting.
Okay.
Stephanie Delgado.
Tammy, can you hear her?
Stephanie, you're going to have to get closer to the microphone or speak up. You're very faint.
Yeah, sorry, I think my microphone is broken. Let me switch headphones really quickly.
Well, you're okay
Well, right now you're good.
You're fine, just right there.
Oh, I think the cable must have been curved or twisted. Okay, so everybody can hear me?
Yep.
Yes, you're good now.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, I will be presenting.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Great, can everybody see my screen?
We can.
Yes.
Great. So the project that we're asking for the variance is 1655 Old Leonard Avenue with the case number 21-0052. Our client is ECDI, the nonprofit, which it stands for Economic and Community Development Institute. It's an existing building built in 1906 that was acquired by the client in 2006, and they made it into an office building, and we're keeping it with the office, just bringing it up to modern amenities. Our total budget for renovation is $1,000,000 $115,954. I'm just giving you guys a brief background. It's my first education, so if you guys don't need it, just let me know. The project itself is located on the corner of Old Leonard Avenue and Taylor Avenue. This is the building that in question, or the one that we submitted for permit. And basically, what we're asking for is that by code, we need a second stair, but we're asking for a variance because the building is not. It's a financial burden, it's a schedule burden, and it's also a technical burden for our client. When we look into our budget, again, it's $1,115,954. The potential for a second stair would be estimated at almost $500,000, which would be 44% of our budget. Currently, the way that the building has been designed is existing is that it has a shaft based on 1019.3 code section where it connects from all the way to the garden level with this fire rated system, goes up. Over here is a fire shutter, so it creates a shaft to the second floor. All doors are fire rated, so the second floor becomes basically a fire rated shaft. In the first floor, we have two different exits. Again, this first one, this here in the shaft, allows people to go directly to the back, where you have the ADA parking, and then in case of an emergency, there's also the front entrance, or the front of the building if we see from the street. On the second story, we would have people go down that one main staircase. So again, due to the financial and budgetary limits of the project, we seek this variance. If Kat or Bill, if you have any other thoughts or things you'd like to add, feel free.
No comments.
Okay, questions?
No.
Okay, questions of Ms. Delgado? Okay, Mr. Ghosh?
Mr. Chair, of course, I have reservations about a building with a single means of egress, and the City of Columbus will be open to, an exterior stairway, maybe the Apollon taking a little longer to get that accomplished. And those are some thoughts I had, and I'll let Columbus Fire express their reservations as well.
Chief Sanders?
Columbus Fire strongly would prefer a second means of egress, and it's not just because of the thought of a fire anymore, although that's what we think of with the fire department, but an active shooter situation. There, as the world evolves and changes, the idea of only one exit from the second floor out is quite concerning. We would be opposed to this request.
Ms. Delgado, any comments in light of Chief Sanders and Mr. Ghosh's comments?
Yeah, I think one element as well is that if anybody's coming to visit the ECDI to set up an appointment for their microloan or to set up their business, that's all happening in the first floor. So the second floor will have actually limited occupancy because the boardroom is only used once every quarter at night when there's nobody else around. Here are more single user offices. But if it helps, the public, when they come, they would be mostly in the first floor. The second floor is for private use of the building. And we can limit its occupancy number.
Okay.
Chief Sanders, another question. I don't have the screen up. We had a lightning strike in the area today. We've lost our computer system. We had a weather issue, so I don't have the screen up because I don't have internet in my office. But my question is, how many people are rated to be in the new boardroom? How many people could be in that room at one time on the second floor with your proposal?
You can answer that.
Okay. Their normal board meetings are about 12 people. or less. And that's what we're going to be. The room is larger because we're keeping the existing square footage of it, but we are limiting the occupancy to what their current board is, which is, Kat, can you please, you might know.
Yeah,
better
they said that their typical board meeting is typically 12 people.
But what is the calculated occupancy load of the second floor?
44.
Does limiting the occupancy up there move the dial for any members of the board?
I mean, I'll say no, not for me, because that's an artificial feel good.
I agree with
It
you.
does not move the board for Columbus Fire because there's still the possibility of change in ownership, change in personnel that work there. We stand opposed to this request.
Okay, members of the board, thoughts or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Paul Began. I obviously respect Mr. Ghosh and Chief Sanders quite a bit. We see them a lot here, and most often we're on the same page. In this particular case, it's 4,500 square feet on the second floor there. This is a tiny, tiny building. If this were a bigger building and there was a larger occupant load, I would say that would be an issue. Yeah, could you get 44 people per the code based on area in there? Yes, my guess is the occupant load on a regular use is going to be much less than that. So again, more for the size of the building, and we do have a significant hardship for this one. As far as I was looking at the site plan, there's not a good location to put an exterior stair. There's not a good location. If we did put an exterior stair, then to connect it through with a corridor, they would have to remove, a good portion of their programming that they have for that space in order to even make that type of a scenario work. So I think there's a technical infeasibility. And again, the size of this building, there are a lot of windows. And I don't know, Ms. Delgado, I mean, you could tell me, did this used to be a house?
It used to be a schoolhouse back in 1906.
Yeah, so there used to be kids up on the second floor, and they were classrooms, and it was fine. So again, I don't often like to disagree with Mr. Ghosh or Chief Sanders in this particular case because of the size of the building, 44 occupants, and just so that the rest of the board knows, this was just added in this last code. Previously, the occupant load for stories with one exit was 49 people. So they just, switched it down to 29 people with this last code. If this project had been up 5 years ago, they would have been able to do it with 49 people, no questions asked. So again, I understand. Yes, there's a possibility of more people, but I don't, these are big stairwells. It is rated. The building is actually cut in half. So if there was a fire emergency on one half of it, it's very unlikely to affect the other half of it, and those occupants would exit. So we're only talking about half of that 44 people based on area occupant load anyways, that would have to egress in an emergency. So I think if we did did a calculation on the width of the stairwells, we're more than adequate as far as the width of the stairwells for egress for that number of people. So in this particular case, I would be supportive of a variance.
Okay, Neil.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Chief.
Sure. Now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. 3 points of contention. First, if the building was built in 1906, a lot has changed in the fire code between 2021 and 1906. Because kids were allowed up there back then doesn't mean that we deem that as safe today. Okay, my next point of contention is 5 years ago, this would have passed with the number of personnel. Well, the law and the code has changed. So that was 5 years ago. This is 2021. And my third point of contention is, although I can't see the picture, as I said, I would highly predict that this is a balloon frame construction type building. So even if there's a separation from wall to wall, that doesn't mean that fire and smoke couldn't travel throughout the building, all throughout, basement, first, second floor, attic, everything. Based on the age of the building, I'm almost certain that was the type of construction. So I don't agree with the fact that a fire on one side would be separated from the other.
Let me ask a question, a follow-up question to that to Ms. Delgado, because it looks like it is a masonry building. Is that the case, including that stairwell enclosure?
Yeah, it's all, all walls are masonry. From what we can gather from being on site, those walls are multi-width brick.
Yes, and the central corridor is also all concrete.
Yeah.
Question, just point of clarification, are there wood floor trusses or wood rafters? If so, that would make it a type 3 construction. Like I said, I'm unable to see the picture. I apologize. So this is a point of clarification for me. Or is this
not within
complete?
Not within the egress stair shaft. There's a center assembly of approximately 16 inches of triple white brick and concrete floor and stair construction. So the current egress pathway from second floor to ground level is all masonry.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that does clarify part of my question. But I'm talking about the entire building, because the statement was made that if fire was in one area, it could be separated from the other, and I still disagree with that. So, is there any wood frame construction whatsoever in the building, meaning floor joists, rafters, interior, exterior walls?
Can someone clarify that for the chief?
The adjacent floors to the shaft egress pathways are wood joist and wood floor, exposed wood joist and wood floor. There is no separation between floors other than the shaft location.
Okay, so exposed puts up another red flag in the eyes of fire. That just adds to the fire spread and fire consumption of exposed wood. I would still contend fire speaks against this motion. But thank you. I just want to express my opinion.
Fair enough. Okay, gentlemen of the board, your thoughts and comments? We've heard from Mr. Biggin.
I'll go next, Mr. Chair. I understand. I do understand the financial hardship, and it looks significant. It actually seems a little high to me, but I'm not an architect, so I would have no idea, the process. But I can also understand the city and Columbus's fire's position. At this point, I'm kind of on the fence, but I'm more in favor of upholding.
I didn't hear the end, Neil.
I say I'm more in favor of upholding. I don't know if a continuance would be in order to kind of reach some kind of mutual agreement between Columbus Fire and the city, to satisfy their concerns a little more. But I do understand their concerns, and I do agree with the chief. The code changes from time to time, and the code changes for specific reasons.
Chip?
I'm not in favor of the variance. I think I would be more supportive of a variance to alternative means of egress than just not putting a secondary means of egress in place. I understand Paul's mention about, a rated corridor or whatever. I would rather see some type of fire escape on the exterior of the building that you know, we're giving a variance to not having a rated corridor or things like that, than to just solely eliminate the need for a secondary means of egress. I also am, I understand Paul's point also about, you know, the code changed from whatever 5 years ago, that it went from 49 to 29. That's a huge drop in my mind. And that being said, I'm a little concerned about, you know, if we were at 30, 31 occupants upstairs, okay, I get it, but we're not. We're 15 people over the occupancy, almost 50% over what the occupancy limit is, or threshold, I should say. So I would support a continuance if the architect wants to meet with the city to maybe come up with some alternative means of secondary means of egress that's cost effective, that maybe doesn't necessarily meet all elements of the code, but and then come back for a variance on that. But as it stands right now, I can't support the variance.
Let's hear from Brad, and then we'll hear from Ms. Delgado on that suggestion.
Yeah, when I first looked at this, I thought there's this big vestibule there. Why don't they, just run the stairway from the first floor that's already there on the way up? But it's amazing that they have to $500,000 to do that. And I guess an exterior stairway would be cheaper, maybe. And seems like they could connect it to the other end of that vestibule on the second floor is a way. Just thinking out loud, but yeah, in view of the chief's concerns and the building departments, that it seems like that's a life safety issue. So I would not support the variance.
Okay, Ms. Delgado, it would appear that 3 of the 5 members would be poised to uphold the city's adjudication. That being said, do you want us to deliberate and see where it goes, or would you want to continue this and maybe come up with some alternative thoughts and meet with Mr. Ghosh and the chief and their staff?
Yeah, I think it seems like, oh, sorry.
No, that would be if you said yes to the latter, that would mean we'll continue the matter.
Yeah, I think our best course of action, and please, Bill and Kat, and Tara maybe disagree with me. I think it would be to ask for that continuance and have that conversation with the city and fire to find the best way to get us where we need to go.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes and Mr. Moore, are in agreement or disagreement with Ms. Delgado?
I would be in agreement. This is Mr. Maroy.
I would
Okay.
agree as well.
Okay.
There are questions with regards to the current permit application and availability for the project to proceed. The tenant has moved out of the space, and I would hope that we could try and coordinate there were notes with regards to scheduling issues associated with this. Part of the cost is not just the construction, but the increased amount of time associated with the construction. It could add another couple of months to the project schedule, which was scheduled to proceed with demolition on Monday. And so I was interested to know what sort of accommodations could be made with regards to the current plans while we work through the issues of the second means of egress.
That's something for you to comment on, I think, Mr. Ghosh.
Mr. Chair, if they're going to continue this, maybe we could look at splitting up the permit into first and second floors so that they could proceed with the first floor and then come back before the board next month or next time the docket allows, and we can address the second means of egress issues then, or the board can address it then. So we could probably split the permit up.
Okay. Members of the board, any thoughts or comments on what Mr. Ghosh just said?
I'm fine with that. That's within his purview.
I am too.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Let me ask the question for Ms. Delgado. Is there any fire alarm or sprinkler system in this building?
There is no sprinkler, but there's fire alarms.
Okay. Well, I think we'll continue this matter and sort of kick the can down the road and allow the appellant to sort of regenerate here and then get with Mr. Ghosh and Chief Sanders at some point in time. And we can accommodate, although I think Susan said we cannot do one of the days in June, later June this month. But we're generally pretty good about setting cases in to accommodate the parties, particularly when you have time issues that have been addressed here today. So I would entertain a motion to continue this matter.
Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 21-0052, I would move to continue.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, Ms. Delgado, Mr. Ghosh, Chief Sanders, we're going to continue this matter. Hopefully the parties can get together and we'll be all open ears the next time we convene. Is there anything else to come in front of the board at this time on this matter?
No.
Okay,
No. Sorry.
very good. Okay, we stand adjourned on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. All right, now do anybody want to? Got two more cases.
I'm going to take a quick break, Carol.
Okay, we'll go off the record and we'll reconvene in a few minutes. Thank you. No, I mean, it's getting lighter, not lightning. Oh. It's getting lighter. If Paul, Paul's not back. Brad, back. Okay.
Whenever you want, Mr. Chair.
We'll wait on Brad. Oh, there's Brad. Okay, very good. We have everybody, and I think we have the appellants present as well. So let's, Tammy, we'll go back on the record. We're going to call.
Okay.
We're going to call case number 21-0057. That deals with the premises known as the Agner Warehouse. This is a matter situated in Columbus, and the order number is noted on the docket. Let's have an introduction. I see the parties are together, at least for the appellant. We'll start with counsel, and then if counsel would enter an appearance, and then we'll go from there. And can I the appellant representatives? We'll do the same thing with the building and fire official. We'll have an oath administered, and we'll begin.
All right. Is that us? Are we on?
You are on.
All right. This is Chairman Snyder. This is Bob B. Hall. I'm representing the appellant, and I'm here with representatives from the appellant, the company, and also the architect, DSA, who will be making our presentation.
Okay. If we could have their names, identify their names for us, that would be helpful.
Yes, this is Branko Stankovic, B-R-A-N-K-O, Stankovic, S-T-A-N-K-O-V-I-C, and I am with DSA Architects.
Thank you.
I'm Amy Biondi Huffman, that's B-I-O-N-D-I-H-U-F-F-M-A-N, and I am with Fed One. I'm the general contractor and also a member in the ownership of the Agner Warehouse.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Bradley, C-H-R-I-S-B-R-A-D-L-E-Y, and I'm also an owner in the warehouse.
Okay, very good. Mr. Ghosh, would you enter your appearance, please?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Amit Ghosh, G-H-O-S-H, Chief Building Official, City of Columbus. And we may have Mr. Mark Lundeen with Department of Development also testifying today.
Okay, very good. Is the chief with you? Chief Sanders?
Yes, Battalion Chief Scott Sanders, Fire Marshal, Columbus, Ohio Division of Fire.
Okay. Mr. Ghosh, you would have the opportunity to have a representative from the city attorney's office present. Mr. B. Hall is obviously representing the appellants. He'd have the opportunity to engage in cross-examination of you, the chief, Mr. Lundeen, and others. That would not have the reciprocal right to do that without counsel. Are you comfortable proceeding?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Chief Sanders, same question.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and and then from the development department, what was the individual's name? Lundeen?
Yes.
Go ahead. Stop.
I'm hoping he's on.
Okay.
Amit, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Mark Lundeen, L-U-N-D-I-N-E. I'm the Economic Development Administrator.
Okay, very good. If Mr. Stankovic, Ms. Huffman, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Lundeen, Mr. Ghosh, and Chief Sanders would stand wherever they're situated, raise your right hand. Tammy, would you administer the oath?
Do you want to wait?
Can I, we also have a few people on the phone. I don't think they're.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
I just got to notice.
Are they going to testify?
Yes, they are.
Okay, then I need their appearance.
Mike, are you on there?
Is Mike Hyatt?
Spell your name, Mike. Mike, can you hear us? Spell your name, please, for the record.
you might have to unmute, or what is the deal, Star? If he's by phone?
Correct.
Paul, what's the drill on that?
*6 to unmute yourself on the phone.
Who else is appearing?
And we have Brian Cavender with Sprint Electric. Brian, are you on there?
Excuse me for interrupting, but I don't believe they are in by phone.
Oh.
Susan.
You want, well, we can take a short break and you can make contact with him, Mr. Stankovic.
Okay. Good. My apologies.
Yeah, no worries. Tammy, we'll go off the record, and we'll reconvene here in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay. I got you. There. Hello?
I've just admitted 2 people.
Okay, is one of them Mr. Hyatt and the other Mr. Gavin?
Yes, this is Mike Hyatt, H-I-A-T-T with A1 Sprinkler.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Brian Brooks. Is Brian Cavin? Electric. Okay, very good. If each of you, Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Cavender, would you stand, raise your right hand, and Tammy, would you administer an oath? We're back on the record, obviously. Is one of them? Someone's going to have to mute. If you're on the phone, you're going to have to mute for a second. Okay, go ahead and administer the oath, Tammy.
Okay, I need all of them to stand. I haven't done an oath on any of them yet.
Oh, that's a good point. All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, if you raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, very good. And if you're hearing by phone, we do have the delay in the background noise, and so it'd be helpful if you would mute. With that, go ahead, Bob, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Stankovich to give us some background here on what the essence of the problem is and why we believe that the position needs to be reversed. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Stankovich.
Thank you all. We have a 160,000 square foot office warehouse facility that's currently under construction. It's a fully sprinklered ESFR building, and it's located on 3101 Adler Road, which is on intersection of Adler and Cassidy. It's, as I said, it's currently under construction. We do have a tenant that upon completion, which is estimated to be done end of July, the client or the tenant, which is Frito-Lay, which is part of Pepsi, is taking 100,000 square feet of that warehouse, including offices. We have submitted construction documents back at the end of the last year, end of December, and after one round of comments, we got a full permit end of February. Just this past month, end of May, during the electrical inspection, we got a non-compliance violation stating the code, which is NEC 695.3, requiring a second source of power if reliable power is not provided to the fire pump in the building. We have reached out to City of Columbus to discuss further, and in addition, we have provided a reliability report for that specific location, which states that in the past year, they only had one outage, which was less than 8 minutes, and they deemed that area particularly 99.998% reliable, which I have sent that report to Susan. City of Columbus, we had a meeting with City of Columbus, and they still issued a statement noting that they deem anything outside of the downtown loop as non-reliable power. We strongly disagree with that because we have been building very similar facilities in other jurisdiction, which I understand it's not the same jurisdiction, but same type of buildings, almost identical sizes, and the way we're approaching it is we're going through NEC 695.3, which directs us to NFPA, and using Annex A as a guideline to determine what they mean by reliable power. And we feel that with the statement from AP and the way we're running our power, that we do have reliable power to the building. In addition, just currently now, we do have a similar facility that's being approved by State of Ohio, and they again quoted the same section, and they are using NFPA 20, just like Columbus is quoting, and then using the guideline from Annex A to determine what reliable power is. Chief Building Official in City of Columbus do not agree with that, and even though they're not providing any guidelines, which we would love to follow, they have decided from our last meeting that internally they decided that anything outside the downtown loop is not reliable, and therefore we still believe that we do comply with the current governing codes, and that's why we're here today.
Okay.
In addition, it's causing a lot of issues because just like with everything else, everything's back ordered. Even to get a generator, we're weeks out, 20 weeks out at this point, and the cost is approximately around $140,000, which is a huge financial impact to the general contractor. And in addition, without having the generator provided to the site, we are not getting the occupancy, and we're just being delayed to have this very important client move in. So I just still feel that we do comply with what we proposed and what was initially approved and submitted to City of Columbus. Thank you.
All right. I suppose we could entertain questions of Mr. Stankovich at this time, but I don't want Mr. Behal, how do you want to proceed? Do you want?
I think that if there are some essential questions they would like to ask to get past these initial tenets that we're trying to provide to the board, that might be helpful. And then we have these various experts available to talk about or answer questions, especially if there are any questions related to the situation.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions of Mr. Stankovich at this point in time by members of the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Paul Began. Is there sufficient water pressure to keep the fire suppression system active without the fire pump?
Yes, there is. Mr. Hyde, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, there is adequate water there for the system, but obviously the fire pump is there for a reason to help boost it. But they have like, I think it was 84 pounds available out at the street where we made the connection.
So let me further clarify that question. The fire pump is needed to maintain the pressure for the system to operate effectively with the SFR sprinkler heads?
That is correct.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Stankovich? Or Mr. Hyatt, for that matter?
I do have one. How much of the facility has the SFR heads in it, or does the whole facility have it?
The entire facility is ESFR suppressed.
And it's 160,000 square foot.
160,000, correct.
Did you know that a second power source or generator was required for the pump at the beginning of the project?
No.
No, we did not. We've never ran into it before, even with the discussion with the electrical contractor, we never ran into it. And as I mentioned, we've built these facilities all over, and assuming drawings for review, that's such a costly item that somebody would bring it up back in, bring it up to us back in December.
And, at that point in time, there would have been the possibility of doing a diesel pump or something like that. It would have been more expensive than the electric pump, but it would have not been nearly as costly as trying to retrofit this at this late stage of the game.
Yeah, and I guess just for the record, I don't know much about how they establish reliability, but I mean, my own personal experience in Columbus with AEP has not been that reliable. And I don't know that a 1-year reliability report is really good.
The 1-year reliability is what NFPA guidelines suggest in the Annex A as a guideline to use. You want to know what the reliability is for 1 year.
Who is speaking? Because I can't see you on the screen.
Go ahead, say that again. That was
Amy Biondi Huffman.
Mr. Chair, this is Chief Sanders, if I may.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Chief, you can go ahead, or did you just?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I have a letter that I believe Mr. Ghosh presented on these notes in the documents. It's a letter from AEP from a manager named Anthony Grief. And to paraphrase his letter, the last sentence is, I do not believe that Mark, who wrote the letter that I believe they're citing, or anyone at AEP is making the statement that their distribution circuit is reliable. So AEP themselves is stating that it is not what they would on the record call reliable. Also, the building is 160,000 square feet, and the client's own insurance agent has requested that they have inline sprinkler system, interact sprinkler system, because it's not your ordinary building. It's 160,000 square feet with extra flammabilities. So I just wanted to make sure that was information was up for it.
Okay, and since I took that out of order, Mr.
Carol, I
Beal.
have one.
Oh, wait,
I have one more question. How high is this building?
It's 32-foot clear.
Bob, do you have any questions?
Thank you to explain, if you would, this is Amy Biondi Huffman. I'd like Bronco to explain to you what the purpose of the NRAC sprinkler is. It's not required for the commodity class or to meet the requirements of the ESFR system, and it has specifically to do with a tenant.
Right, and I think that's what Chief said is it is requested by the tenant, and it is not required to have NRAC sprinklers. It's purely for insurance purposes.
Mr. Chair, Chief Sanders here. I want to make sure. It's my understanding that it was requested by the tenant's insurance company. Is that accurate or not accurate?
I'll let one of the appellants can answer that if they know the answer.
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Chairman, this is Austin Hall. With reference to the fire captain's reference to the AEP letter, I assume he's referring to the letter of May 26, 2021 from Mark Carr. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this letter basically, if it needs to be entered into the record, if it isn't already, it just says basically that this letter is in response to a request for electrical service reliability details to the new service at 3101 Agler Road in Columbus, Ohio. An interruption history for the past 12 months has been compiled and reviewed. There was only one sustained interruption, greater than 5 minutes by definition, to customers near the proposed delivery point during the period. It occurred April 23rd, 2021, and was the result of a feeder breaker outage while the breaker was on safety settings for line work. Service was restored in 8 minutes and no cause for the outage was found. The service availability for the year at this site would then be about 99.998%. It appears there might have also been 2 momentary outages, i.e. 5 minutes or less by definition, during the period. This area is included in one of the company's distribution automated circuit reconfiguration schemes, in which circuits automatically reconfigure to isolate fault conditions to small circuit segments. This circuit was last included in AEP Ohio's overhead circuit inspection program in 2018. Inspections began in January, and any discovered required repairs were completed by August. Circuits are inspected at 5-year intervals. I hope I have been helpful in responding to any concern of reliability of the electric service in the area. If you have any additional concerns or would like additional information, you can contact me at area code blah, blah, blah via email or at mcar@aep.com. Mark Carr, Engineer Principal, AEP Ohio. I'm not sure that the letter was characterized particularly accurately there. And I wanted to make sure that the letter gets into the record here, because I think what it does speak to is quite a significant reliability for the area.
Let me just ask my colleagues, do we have that letter? I'm not.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Bob,
Mr. Chair,
wait a second. Hold on a second, Chief. The letter's in the record then.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Chief, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to apologize to the board and all listening. As I said, my internet is out. I said this on the last hearing. I who was looking at the date of the wrong letter. The letter I have is in follow-up to that May letter. It is dated on June 10th. And so the letter I read is dated on June 10th, a follow-up to the letter that was just read. So my apologies for having my dates mistaken.
That's fine. All right, I know Mr. Beal has the right to make inquiry of anyone on the city who has testified. So do you have any questions for the chief right now, Bob?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. I think I would have questioned him about that letter,
The distance from the site.
Right, okay.
but we would ask him also, does he know the distance from the Mccutchen Road, which I believe is the nearest fire station, to the site?
We believe it to be under 2 miles.
Or let me ask it this way, it might be easier.
Yeah, go ahead and ask the question. Chief, this is a question put to you by council.
Can you, Chief, confirm that the Mccutchen Road station is less than 2 miles from the site of the construction here?
If you can give me a minute, I can verify that. That does sound about accurate. If you're saying it's less than 2 miles, I'm gonna go with it that you've already looked that up, and that is correct. If you guys can give me a minute, I can pull out a folder and look it up, but that does sound very close to accurate. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Also, there's a Mifflin Township fire station that's nearby as well. And so I believe that one is 1.3 miles away. It's true, is it not, that the fire departments cooperate with each other in the case of a significant need? That would be Columbus.
We have 3 types of responses. We have direct response, which is handled by the Columbus Fire Department. We have mutual aid, and we have automatic response. And it's my understanding that with Mifflin Township, Columbus Fire, they don't go on a call until we call them. They're not dispatched initially as the nearest company. So yes, they may be closer, but if the 911 call came in, they would not be necessarily sent initially, based on the agreement that Columbus and Mifflin have.
Okay, very good. In other words, if Columbus got to the site and needed help, they could call the Mifflin Township folks in, and they would have approximately 1.3 miles to go to the site. That sound right?
Correct. Okay. That is correct, but that does not mean that they would be sent on the initial call. So meaning a 1.3 mile station would not be the first station to arrive as soon as the 911 call came in. It would be after the fact.
Right. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, in regards to the letter that the chief brought up, we have not seen a statement from AP. If that can be provided to us, we only have one reliability report that they have provided directly to us. In addition,
well, hold on real quick. Mr. Ghosh, do you have that letter? I mean, the chief is not interactive right now in terms of the internet to be able to present it. Do you know the June 10th letter? Do you have it?
It's an email, Mr. Chair, and I sent it to Ms. Tier. Okay. So to be entered with the case document. So obviously the appellant privy to it.
Okay. Susan, do you have that available?
I can send it to you. It is in Tumbleweed.
Okay.
But I'll get it and send it to you.
Okay.
But to elaborate more from the letter statement that we have from AP, specifically saying that they had one outage that was less than 8 minutes, we kind of use that as, per NFPA 20 Annex A, item A, which says, if there is no outages more than 8 hours, is that what it was? Which I think it was 10 continuous hours, which is quite a difference between having 10 hours versus 8 minutes.
Understood. Okay, well, we'll get that letter and share that with.
Okay, thank you.
Or that email, I should say. We'll share that with the appellant representatives. Mr. B. Hall, anything further at this point?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. I think we're ready to hear the city's position, and we might have some rebuttal.
Understood. Okay. Mr. Ghosh?
I have
Oh, go
one
ahead.
more question. What is the total cost of this project?
About $9 million.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ghosh?
Mr. Chair, I'll let Columbus Fire, if that's okay by you, I'll let Columbus Fire speak to it first.
Sure. Chief?
At this time, I don't have anything else to say, depending on the dialogue. As I said, I'm not virtual, and it's really handcuffed me a little bit.
Understood. Mr. Ghosh, will Mr. Lundin be testifying?
Mark, would you speak to the scope of the project, or, you know, how the city got involved and city's help and so forth?
Sure. So, appreciate the time. Thank you for hearing this case. Obviously, I have no expertise in fire suppression systems, but we have been a partner with this development from the very beginning. You know, we have an economic development incentive that's enterprise zone tax abatement. You know, done a lot to kind of help navigate through city processes, and are strongly supportive of the project. You know, with that, you know, we also pursue the utmost in health and safety for all of our projects. And, you know, as we've seen a number of buildings over time that we've re-tenanted with new businesses or worked with new owners, you know, getting the best health and safety equipment into the project up front is so important, as, you know, it remains in the city for its useful life. So, again, very supportive of the project, but just want to make sure it's done in the right way.
Okay. Before Mr. B. Hall has the opportunity to ask questions, any questions of Mr. Lundin by members of the board? Okay, Mr. B. Hall, do you have any questions? Any cross-examination?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Too much courtroom activity.
I know. Okay. Any need for rebuttal at this point in time? Well, Mr. Ghosh, hold on. You deferred to the chief. The chief indicated he had said his piece earlier. Mr. Lundin has offered his commentary by way of testimony. Do you have anything further to say, Mr. Ghosh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, at one point, I realized I first apologized to the builders and the design team that in the first review of the plans, this was missed. And I'd take ownership for that. And I've told them that before. And that's why if the generator or the diesel fire pump, whichever path they take, takes longer. I checked, I talk to fire protection contractors all the time, and they've told me that, yeah, it'll probably be a generator this size, probably 150 kilowatts or bigger, will take 8 to 12 weeks. And I've said, and, you know, Ms. Huffman said it'll be 20 weeks, that if you do that, I will make accommodations, give you pre-COs, because obviously they're building something of economic value to the city, that we will work with them. I would also point out, though, that when I talked to Mr. Stankovic, he said the cost of a generator will be 70,000, and that's in line with the other fire protection contractors that I've talked to. And, so if you look at that number and the cost of the project, it's about 1% of the project cost. So I just submit to the board, but I submit that to the board.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions by members of the board of Mr. Ghosh?
This is Amy.
No, yeah, Ms. Huffman, you hold on for a second. Members, any board member have a question of Mr. Ghosh? Hearing none, Mr. Behall, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Ghosh?
Mr. Ghosh, you don't have any idea of what the negotiations have been regarding the rents that have been agreed to with the tenants, do you?
Mr. Chair, to Mr. Behall, no, I don't get involved in economic agreements and things.
Right. So when you're comparing the cost of the generator, whether it's 70 or whether it's 150,000, you don't know how that impacts the rental numbers that have already been agreed to by the owners and the prospective tenants, do you?
I don't, but it still doesn't. The project cost versus rental cost, I'm unable to balance the two. That's not my specialty.
Okay. So,
but I have said to your team or your client that if it's a matter of providing the generator and the generator is delayed, if we have to grant them a PCO so that the tenant's accommodated, that we will be amenable to that and we will work with you. So I think the rental argument is not very valid, in my opinion.
Yes.
This is Amy Biondi Huffman.
Are you going to, I can't have you, you can't ask questions.
This is Amy Biondi Huffman.
He or she.
Okay.
He's asking you a question.
Okay, yes.
I just want to make sure, are you going to testify or are you going to, I can't allow you to make inquiry of Mr. Good.
Trying to, because I was the one who priced the generator with our contractors, and it's not just the cost of the generator that Mr. Ghosh is referring to. We have the cost of the generator, you have a concrete pad for the generator, you have the diesel fuel for the generator, and if we order it now, and he's saying he's gonna give us temporary occupancy, we have to replace the fire pump control panel to one that would have an automatic transfer switch and a soft start capability. And when you add all of those things together, the quotes that I got from our reliable contractors, who are very reasonably priced contractors, nobody's trying to gouge anybody here, came in about $140,000. So I would have to let him know that I disagree with his cost figure of saying that it's 70,000. That might be for the physical equipment, without tax, without shipping, without anything else. You might be able to buy one, but you can't use a used one. You can't use a refurbished one. And we are being told that they are 20 weeks lead time. We had it priced. So whoever he's talked to that said they could get it in 8 weeks, I'd love to see it because I don't think it's going to happen right now.
Any questions of Ms. Huffman by members? Okay. Mr. Behall, anything further at this point in time?
Okay, go ahead and give him
We'd like to just to inquire about whether the standard, I think is the right word to use, for reliability, or whether the statute that they're relying upon to determine that there's a need for a backup generator somehow is outside of the definitions that are included in these statutes, which basically say at least one alternate source of power shall be provided where the normal source is not reliable. Isn't that the statutory standard, Mr. Ghosh?
Mr. B. Hall, NFPA 20, section 9.3.2, not the annex, but the code section itself says, except for an arrangement described in 9.3.3, at least one alternate source of power shall be provided where normal source of power is not reliable. And our discussions with AEP, and hopefully you'll see the email, and it's been a discussion since 2018. And as you know, we have industrial fires every now and then, and we look at how to contend with those, and we have downtown buildings that lose power and so forth. And now 9.3.3 says an alternate source of power is not required where a backup engine driven or backup steam turbine driven fire pump is installed in accordance with this standard. Then if you go to the annex, then it talks about a standard of reliability, but the NFPA 20 standard talks about those two things. And it's been a standard procedure in Columbus that if you're outside the downtown loop and you're not supplied by the 3 substations that provide power for downtown loop, that we consider it not reliable. And AEP has been on board with that. All these discussions were made with AEP personnel and AEP engineers. And the email would probably substantiate that for you.
Okay, let me just stop you there for 1 second. Susan sent me with the May 26th Mark Carr letter, but I still don't have the June 10th email that has been referred to here through the testimony. So, and Susan apparently does not have that. Is that correct, Susan?
That is correct. I just went through the entire case file. I looked at my emails, even if it was forwarded on June 10th, and I cannot locate it.
So if Mr. Ghosh has that available and could provide that to Susan, Paul could probably put that on the screen.
Let me do that, Susan.
Okay.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Bob, I sort of cut you off if you had further cross-examination of Mr. Ghosh. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ghosh, the fact that the city has determined that inside the loop has been deemed to be have a reliable source of power does not necessarily exclude areas outside the loop from having reliable sources of power, does it?
Yes, it does.
So by definition, you're saying that there can be no area outside the downtown loop, which is probably 670 essentially, that we could possibly prove to you or to this panel that has reliable power, no matter what the situation is. Is that correct?
I would say, sir, that it would depend on the use and the occupancy. But for a 160,000 square foot high pile storage, commodity classifications 1 through 4, and Group A plastics, I would say that would be a correct statement.
Mr. Ghosh, can I ask you a question?
Well, you can't. No, you can't.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But your lawyer can if you want to share that with him.
Does because we just everything our part the state standards determine reliable power, just can't explain received from the state of Ohio. Based on board of public standards should be consistent throughout the state.
Mr. Ghosh, isn't it true that other jurisdictions outside the city of Columbus do not share your definition of reliable, i.e. anything outside the city loop, downtown loop, is inherently has unreliable power and therefore is required to have a secondary source of power?
I don't know, sir. I really don't.
Okay, you're not aware of any other jurisdictions that have differing standards for the existence of reliable power?
Your clients told me that they built these facilities in other jurisdictions, and I believe them.
And we built them within the last year or two.
And
I just said,
and that these
sorry,
have been
go ahead.
last year or two.
Bob, can you ask that again? Because I think we're talking over each other. That's the problem with these virtual hearings.
You're aware that other buildings have been built in the area outside the confines of the city of Columbus, in Franklin County, in fact, that have utilized the standard that there is reliable power in these other locations, aren't you?
No, I am not. I've only heard that from your clients, and I believe them.
Okay.
We could provide the board addresses of those.
No.
And shouldn't all municipalities be using the same standard? That's what we want to clarify the code.
There's
That's the power. Yeah. That's the definition.
Do you want him to apply?
We don't bring it to the board.
Oh, well, that's good. He's not going to say this.
So I think if they understand how the fire suppression.
You might want to mute if you want to mute. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, to Susan, I just sent that email again.
Thank you.
Mr. Ghosh, could I ask you a question?
Sure, Mr. Go ahead, Smith.
Could you just explain to me why the downtown loop is reliable again? I think I heard you say it, but I don't think I caught it.
We met with AEP and they provided us a power supply document. Let me see if I can pull it up. It shows the downtown area and they break it up in 4 different parts. And it is supplied by 3 different substations. And most of the vaults can be supplied by 2 different substations, the transformer vaults. So if one substation goes down, the others, they can switch the supply to another substation. And that's why, and because we have a number of high-rise buildings and various other uses. So that's why, and this is done by AEP, and they provided this information to us and a power supply network. And it is true that there's very good reason to believe that that's reliable power.
Okay, yeah, I'm assuming they're interconnected such that if one goes down, it's the power's still looped in or something from another substation.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're taking a second, Mr. Chairman, to read this email.
Okay, is that the June 18th?
I can't see the date on it.
June 10th, it looks like, possibly up at the top, Friday, June 10th.
Yeah, Friday, June 10th, it looks like. This is the one that Mr. Ghosh was referring to.
So AEP is saying it's
Okay, so, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel, I mean, I think you just need to quote the letter now that it's in the record here. It's just saying that Mark's prior letter was responding to our request for information about reliability. I don't believe Mark or anyone else at AEP is making the statement that their distribution circuit is reliable, or ultimately you and your team have the final say. So the bottom line is that this letter doesn't say it's unreliable. It says they're not opining on reliability.
They gave a
That's number one.
percentage
Number two, it actually accents the prior letter. The prior letter gives all the facts and has the indication that in the prior year there was 99.998% reliability. That's they're saying you use those numbers and reach your own conclusion. So just to make sure that this portion of this exhibit is properly before the panel, I just wanted to quote that last section.
Understood.
Thank you.
And they had an outage at their own. They had an outage at their own facility at one residential park.
So how many people work in this facility? When it's fully occupied and fully operational, how many bodies are going to be in here?
And we don't know that for sure. We can quote you the number of parking spaces we have.
And the vast majority, I'll look at the number of parking spaces, but the vast majority of the employees that work out of this facility are drivers who come in, they pick up their paperwork and they leave. There are not that vast majority of the jobs that will be occupying this 100,000 square foot portion of this building will not be occupying the building for very much of their day at all. A few minutes in the morning and a few minutes in the evening.
Who's occupying the other 60,000 square foot then?
We have another tenant
To be determined.
that we're working with.
Hey, wait, guys, real quick, we have a court stenographer here trying to get this record, and we can't have people talk at the same time. So, go ahead, Ms. Huffman, or Mr. Stankovic.
The other tenant, we're able to tenant.
The other 60,000 square feet is unknown at this time. We're working with a group that would have a similar warehousing use, but we can't say for sure that's who the tenant's going to be.
Any further, Chip?
No,
Mike Hyatt on the phone.
Yeah, that's a rebuttal.
On the design documents, they probably listed the occupancy load, didn't they? What was that?
That is correct. That's to determine egress and other elements, but how many employees, that's the maximum occupant load. But we don't really know how many employees they will actually have. We can probably, ask them to provide that, but
What is that number?
What did you design it?
I'll get that number here in a minute.
Any other questions of the appellant?
We have questions for how the fire system actually.
We have some, Mr. Chairman, we have some rebuttal testimony from the fire suppression folks.
Okay, and that's Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Okay. Brad, you want to wait on the answer to your question, or can we get moving with the rebuttal testimony?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, Mr. Hyatt, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Mike Hyatt. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Bob B. Hall, representing Bed One here and the owner. Did you hear the testimony regarding the power sourcing, and can you explain to the panel how the power relates to the ability? First of all, tell them what your company does for a living here. How about that? We'll start with that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, we are a fire protection sprinkler company. We obviously are contracted through Fed One to install the fire protection sprinkler system in this facility. We have been in the business for well over 35 years. So we bring our expertise to the building for Fed One. So
Okay.
for what we are determined with this, obviously we know what the situation is. We can also tell you this as a fact, that when the fire line is on, it's always on. And when the water supply to the facility will be there, if something was to happen with the fire pump and it was to go down, lose power, what have you, there's still a bypass line that is on the fire pump that passes by the fire, or by the fire pump, I'm sorry. So you always have automatic sprinkler system that's there, that's released. The water's released throughout the system from the sprinklers above, so the water is continuous. So if the fire pump was down for whatever reason, you still have a source to be pumped into that with the fire department themselves. When they arrive through the fire department connection, they can use their source to pump into it if there was a failure in the pump or a loss in power.
Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted I'm just trying to make sure that we get out there to let you know that there's always it's not as if the sprinkler system will be down once the fire pump is down. You still have a supply there for the system.
Okay. As you understand it, when the fire department gets to the site, do they disconnect the power source?
I don't know what the fire department would do on that situation. That would be a question for the fire department, but I would assume they would do that if there was an electrical issue inside of the facility. But inside the fire pump room, they would not shut that off just to shut it off. It would have to be an electrical issue why they would want to shut off the pump.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Chief Sanders, if I may.
Yeah, hold on a second. Mr. Beehall, do you mind deferring to Chief Sanders to might be able to answer the question that you put to Mr. Hyatt?
Certainly. Well, I'm done essentially direct anyway.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. The algorithm of the fire department is each apparatus, whether it be a pumper, a ladder truck, a heavy rescue, has an assigned task upon arrival. And in a perfect world, the first truck would get there and do everything, but it doesn't work that way. So the way it works at the Columbus Fire Department is the heavy rescue vehicle is assigned on a working fire, is assigned to shut the power to the building. So regardless if it was in the fire pump area or anywhere in the building, the electric would be shut off in the entire building.
Okay. Want to follow up on that, Mr. Beehall?
So I would ask Mr. Hyatt whether that in any way helps him formulate an opinion as to whether the situation is safe with the single source of power.
Yes, I would agree with the fire department with what they do there. They come in and supplement the power, or not the power, but the pressure to the building, so to the water supply. So yes, I would agree with that.
Can you tell us what the city pumper trucks pump at what pressure, Mr. Hyatt?
No, I cannot give you that, but the fire department would have to give you what they have. But in general, I think most of them have 100 psi boost on their pumpers, and probably at least 1,500 GPM or 1,000 GPMs. I'm not really sure what they have, but in guesstimate, that's what I would think.
Okay, and perhaps we can ask a fire official that same question. And what about our pump?
Our pump I think it's an 84-pound boost at a 1,500 GPM pump.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? That's all the questions I have, Mr. Hyatt. If any of the panel members have questions, Mr. Chairman, that would be fine.
Any questions of Mr. Hyatt by members of the board?
I have a couple, Carol. So someone else earlier testified that this fire pump was required. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, and somebody also testified you're roughly around 85, pounds coming into the building. Ceiling's around 32 feet, so you probably lose, I don't know, 13, 14 pounds without a pump. What's the GPM without a pump? Would you happen to have you a designer or?
Yes, I am a designer. I'm looking for that information now. My chief designer is online with us too, Brian Cavender. He's the one that did the original calculations on the facility. He could tell you the exact pressures that's out there and the flow. I'm looking for it as I speak.
Mr. Cavender, you were sworn in. If you've got the ability to answer that question for Mr. Gehring, go ahead and do so, please. He's done.
Are you muted?
Well,
this is Mike Hyatt again. Here's what the water flow information, the flow test that we have for this facility. The static pressure was 71, residual pressure is 68, the water flow was 2370 GPMs, and that was performed on 10/7 of 2020 with the City of Columbus Water Department.
And was that calculated with ESFR heads too?
In conjunction with the fire pump, yes, sir.
In conjunction with the fire pump.
That's correct, yes. So that's the city water flow and pressure available at the site. So there's 71 pounds out at the street, basically, and then we got to pump up the additional pressure that it takes to get it to 40 feet up.
Okay. So basically, the fire pump is necessary.
You said is necessary, Neil?
It is necessary, correct?
Right.
Is that a question for Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
In light of Mr. Gehring's questions, Bob, any further inquiry of Mr. Hyatt?
Either one can provide additional pressure that we're talking about.
So, Mr. Hyatt?
Yes, sir.
Can either the pumper or the booster provide the necessary pressure? City pumper truck or the fire booster? In other words, either.
Can you repeat that?
Can you repeat
that? No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Could a fire engine is going by our building right now? I'll let it go by. Is it true that either the city fire pumper or the booster provide adequate pressure for the needs that would be required at this type of a building?
It could, yes.
Either one could.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't think I have any further questions. One more question, hold on. So, Mr. Hyatt, whether the booster pump is available or not, would there be enough water provided to control the fire and until the fire department arrives from 1.9 miles away?
There is ample water supply for that. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now I don't think I have any more questions, Mr. Chairman, of Mr. Hyatt.
Okay, anything further? Do you want to mute? We'll take a couple minute break and chat. Let's do that. For the record, anybody need to use the restroom or get a glass of water? We'll do that. We'll let Mr. Beehall consult with his client representatives and we'll reconvene.
Thank you.
This is Susan Steer. While the board is taking a little break, the last case of the day is the Canton case. Can we please identify who's waiting? I see Matt is present. I'm not sure about Mark Ford. John Dodovich.
I'm here.
John, is that you?
Yep, John Dodovich.
Okay, and I have shared with the chair your timing, or we're running behind. Is Mark Ford present? Because he was having problems getting on. I asked him to call in. He evidently is not present. David Boyack?
Yes, I'm on, Susan. Thank you.
Okay, and John, is anyone from the fire department going to be present?
I thought Captain Page would be, but if he's not, I can certainly speak for him. He and I have worked closely together on this.
Okay, so you're gonna be able to wait until this other case is finished?
I'm doing my best.
Okay, I made the board aware, but there's nothing we can do. It happens. Okay.
Yeah, we may just have to, I would hate to have to get a continuance, but if we have to, we have to. Mark Ford is really the key piece here, though.
He emailed me earlier saying he was having trouble getting on. I gave him the phone number and the conference ID in order to enter by phone, and I haven't heard from him since I replied.
Yeah. We may have to get a continuance for just that reason alone, because without him, there's nobody to present the case.
Okay. Well, you'll have to share that with the chairman when they call the case, or if the parties are in agreement and they email me, then I can go ahead and continue it beforehand. Okay. But that's between you and the other party. Just let me know.
What did you say, Susan? When you emailed me yesterday, we are unable to add to the June 28th, or is it unable to add to the June 29th?
It was the June 29th that is full, and I do have maybe 1 or 2 spots on the June 28th.
Okay, all right. So that would be an option if we need to go there.
Correct.
Okay.
That's the three.
Oh,
Bob, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know that we are. Tammy's there, Brad's there, Neil's there, Chip's there, Paul, are you available? He's there, okay. Okay, let's go back on the record.
Okay.
Thank you. Bob, anything further?
Mr. Chairman, I think we presented the picture we'd like to present. And we would like to reserve a summary of all of this many pieces of information that they've heard. But other than that, we would rest our presentation.
Okay, so you would be in a position to give summation or essentially a closing argument, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Basically, members of the panel, we got a letter from the city of Columbus that says that there was a problem and a result of inspection that a fire pump was installed without alternate power source in violation of National Electric Code 695.3 and the National Fire Protection Association 20-9.2.3. I think it meant to say 9.3.2, but somebody might have transposed the numbers. But the section of the National Electric Code 695.3 reads that electric motor-driven fire pumps shall have a reliable source of power. That's basically all it says. Then it says informational note, see sections 9.3.2 and A 9.3.2, which is the annex from NFPA 20-2013, standard for the installation of stationary pumps for fire protection for guidance on the determination of power source reliability. So it says you have to have a reliable source, and then it refers you to the NFPA for what does that mean. So the NFPA has got as the annex, and I'll read the shortened version because it's a little bit too long to read the complete version, but that in accordance with the sections 1 through 4, the following 4 characteristics comprise the determination essentially of reliability. Number 1, the source power plant has not experienced any shutdowns longer than 4 continuous hours in the year prior to the plan submittal. And clearly here we have an 8-minute version. Pardon me. So they're pointing out that the short version was wrong. It says no longer than 10 continuous hours in the year prior. And as you know, we had 2 momentary was the word they used, and 1 8-minute shutdown. The power outages have not routinely been experienced in the area of the protected facility caused by failures in generation or transmission. This standard is not intended to require that the normal source of power be infallible to deem the power reliable. Number 3, normal source of power is not supplied by overhead conductors outside the protected facility. And this is a totally an underground situation here. And lastly, only the disconnect switches and overcurrent protection devices permitted by 9.2.3 are installed in the normal source of power. And that is, of course, the way that this particular system was designed by the people who are experts in this area. So we were approved at this level. Subsequently, it was Mr. Ghosh has been honest and nice enough to admit that they overlooked it. Now they come to us at the last minute and say, we want you because you're not in the central downtown loop to have a backup generator, when frankly, the Ohio code should be applied consistently throughout Ohio, as we have done with other buildings that my clients have built. And as you can hear from the fire protection experts, we have adequate power available no matter what the situation is, whether there's a booster or not, whether their power is lost or not, to handle the situation and to make sure there's a flow of water there. So we believe that the statutes, frankly, have been totally complied with under the current design and installation of power, and that we're being asked by the city to do something that is not required. It's simply a matter of, I want to say, almost a whim of a city building official, as opposed to other building officials. And we don't think that that's appropriate. We don't think it's fair. We don't think it's necessary. And we think, of course, the most important thing of all is we're very, very, very interested in this being a safe facility. And we believe it is perfectly safe under the circumstances involving all the facts that surround this particular construction project and located in the city of Columbus. So we would ask you to overturn the decision made by the city building administrators. This is if it's determined that we need a backup generator for this location, then they're setting a precedent here that is basically taking all of the individual determinations out of anything that is outside of the downtown Columbus loop. And I know it might apply throughout the state of Ohio. So I think that we're asking you to look at the facts and circumstances of this particular case and see that we're in compliance with the current regulations, the Ohio or the National Electric Code and the annex to the regulations. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all your time. It's been a long, drawn out and somewhat disjointed presentation because we're all in the same room, but I appreciate your time and attention.
Yeah, no problem. Now, Mr. Ghosh and Chief Sanders, I'm not going to let you have a closing argument opportunity because it would be deemed testimony, and then Mr. Behall could ask you questions, and we might not ever get to where we need to be. I think at this point in time, I'm going to defer to my colleagues to weigh in here on their thoughts and their sentiments. That being said, if any of the board members have questions of any of the parties, I would certainly permit that as well.
Neil, I have a question for you as a pipe fitter. What pressure is needed at the head for an ESFR system?
I'm not a designer. I believe it depends on the K factor of the head, and we did not ask that question. I believe, and I could be misquoting, like I said, I'm not a designer. I have been out of the field for quite a while, but I believe when they do the calcs with an ESFR system, they only flow 12 heads, maybe 14 at the most. This is, in my opinion, so I can't answer that, but I will give you my opinion. In my opinion, I personally believe a secondary source of power is needed. This is a huge facility. There's rack storage here. The fire department's 9 miles away, which is maybe indifferent or not, depending on, where the rest of their, their facilities or their equipment's at. I don't see a financial hardship. I more or less, and no offense, I want to put anybody here, I more or less agree with Mr. Ghosh on the price of what a diesel fire pump would be. I would say it's probably about $85,000 to get it. Now the time frame's a little different situation, but Mr. Ghosh and the city of Columbus said they would work with them on the time frame. So with that being said, I'm in favor of upholding the order.
Let me correct the record that it's 1.9 miles away, sir, just to make sure we get that. I thought you said 9 miles.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. I missed the one. Wait.
Yeah, which is an important number. Yeah, thank you.
Well, but it still does not change my opinion.
Okay. Other sentiments of other members?
Yeah.
You're muted, Paul.
I'll go.
Okay.
It seems like the central question here is alternate power source for the pump. It seems to me the pump is required. to provide adequate pressure for the sprinkler system. And I, no disrespect for AEP, but I guess I have more respect for the judgment of our fire department and building officials to determine the reliability of the system, who have to deal with this day in and day out and have to fight fires and rescue people in burning buildings. So, but that being said, I agree with I would uphold the order based on that.
Chip or Paul?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think I would agree as well. I mean, I've been on the board for a little over 9 years now. We see every other month large facilities like this come through in front of our board. So I've seen dozens of these type of facilities before that. I don't think I've ever seen one without a fire pump on it. In fact, that's part of our discussions, is making sure that that fire pump is on the outside room. It can be accessed by the fire department, because the first thing they do is they turn off the power to the building. And once they do that, now we're relying on the fire department to provide the fire protection service for the building, which that's not what they're there for. They're there to do the search and rescue of it, and them having to take the extra time to hook up their pump to make sure that this thing is up and operational before they send people in there, I think is asking a lot to transfer that responsibility to the fire department in the case of a power outage. I would agree with the reliability. I think, the building code is really set up to have the authority having jurisdiction, which would be Mr. Ghosh in this case, to make those type of judgment calls on whether or not that's reliable or not. Plus the added letter that we got from AEP really kind of saying, hey, we don't really, they let the authority of jurisdiction have that final call, and they didn't kind of retracted their letter of saying that they are reliable. On top of that, the Ohio Building Code section, right, references NFPA 20, but it also says it has to be protected against possible interruption of service through damage caused by explosion, fire, flood, earthquake, rodents, insects, windstorm, freezing, vandalism, or other adverse conditions. So on top of the NFPA 20, the Ohio Building Code says you have to be protected against interruption of service from all those other items. So that being said, I would also be in favor of upholding the adjudication letter.
All right, Chip, it's probably we've got there looks like 3 want to uphold the order, but I'm sure that as the fire official member here, you've got some comments to make as well.
Not to be repetitive, I would, not only for all the arguments already stated, but even based on Ms. Huffman's dollar figure for adding the generator, it's 1.5% of the total cost of the project. I don't see the hardship. I understand, Mr. Ghosh has testified that he would give the appellant time to, I understand sourcing materials and labor at this point, but that issue has been addressed by Mr. Ghosh, and so I don't see the hardship here. I would vote to uphold the order.
Okay. Mr. Beho, anything you want to put on the record? I mean, the record's going to be obviously preserved, but it looks like one of the members is going to move to uphold the city's order, but I'll let you have the last word to put anything on the record that you'd like to.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like is maybe a directive that the city not only work with us in terms of waiting for the machinery and equipment to arrive and be installed, but also work with us with regard to other permits that need to be granted to finalize other aspects of the project, and to work with us so that we can make progress on these other areas and ultimately obtain occupancy permit so that our client can go in and install racking and do things that they need to do to prepare for occupancy.
All right, well, so here's the deal. Obviously, we don't have the jurisdictional authority to make Mr. Ghosh do that, but I think Mr. Ghosh, do you want to comment on that for the purposes of this record?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as I said from the very beginning, that we do thousands of projects, and we will look at their schedule, look at their progress, and will be as helpful as we possibly can. Otherwise, my friend, Mr. Lundin, will be upset with me.
Bob,
I'm not saying that. No, I will help them in any way I can.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
All right, Bob, that's probably the best you're going to get here, but it's on the record.
I understand. I thought it would be good to have a statement on the record.
Okay. Very good. I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0057. The appellant is Agler Joint Venture LLC for the premises 3101 Agler Road, Columbus, Ohio. The appellee is Amit Ghosh, building official for the City of Columbus Building Department, and adjudication orders number NEW C20121383 and EMP C21091120. I move to uphold the adjudication order, noting also that is the same position as the building official and the fire official.
Okay, there's been a motion to uphold the order. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, well, it didn't work out at this point in time, but it looks like the city's order has been upheld. Anything further, Mr. Behal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, that concludes that case. Susan, where are we with Mr. Ford in the last case?
I have not heard back from Mr. Ford. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if he's here or not.
Susan, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Yep, I've been listening. Yeah. So I appreciate your help here this afternoon. I've been listening along, so I'm glad you can hear me. I can see the chairman in his high-rise view. So I think we're ready to proceed. I want to, if we can do a hand check on the people that we have on our side, and I think we'd be ready to proceed.
Okay.
So
yeah, go ahead. Do your roll call, Mark, and then Mr. Dodovich. I thought he had a commitment. Is he going to be able to remain for the hearing?
I don't know. I got the same text.
I'm on the line right now. I'm going to stay on as long as I can. You know, I guess I guess the simple thing to say is we've reviewed, the fire captain and I have reviewed the issues, and we actually support our applicant in coming to you and making this request. So if I have to step off, I'll be more than glad to answer anything. If you guys send me an email, I'll be more than glad to answer anything regarding that.
Okay, let's do this real quick. Mark, who's with you?
So you should have myself, Mark Ford, and then Matt Guilfoyle from Harrington Group is, I believe, also logged on. Matt, can you confirm you can hear?
Yes, I can hear you. This is Matt Guilfoyle.
Okay, great. Thanks. I believe that's everybody from our side.
Not on the presenter list. I have David Boyack.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if David. Yeah, thanks, David.
Yes, David Boyack.
So David represents the building owner. So I believe we have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and then do we have Captain Page? Do we have Inspector Winkart? So, Mr. Donovich, who's with you?
here by myself.
Okay, do we know whether we're gonna have anyone from fire?
Mr. Chairman, I'm here by myself.
Okay, who is that?
John Dodovich.
Okay, gotcha, all right. Do we know whether we're gonna have any representatives? Susan in her list here has Captain Page and Inspector Winkhart as appearing on the presenter list. Do we know if they're going to appear?
I'm concerned. I believe that they've dropped off the call.
Okay.
Not sure why, but I believe they've dropped off the call.
Okay.
So I don't think they're going to be on.
Okay, we're going to call this case, see where it leads, recognizing that you have a commitment. Let the record reflect that it's 3:52. We're going to call this last case, active case on our docket. It's case number 21-0055, and it pertains to a premises that we'll call Project 4, FORE for the time being. It's a Canton jurisdictional matter, and the order numbers noted on the docket. Let the record reflect that Mark Ford, David Boyack, and Matt Gollifile are present on behalf of the appellant in a representative way, and we have Mr. Dodovich present as well. Would the four of you stand wherever you are, raise your right hand, and Sam, would you administer the oath, please?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Mark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. We're here today to present a request for 3 variances based on an adjudication order we received from Mr. Dodovich. We have been in communications with Mr. Dodovich and the fire department throughout the initial design of this building, and we have identified 3 variances through those discussions. What we're appealing are items number 6 in the adjudication order, number 7, and number 10 as listed in my application. And I'll give a brief description of each of those in a second. So in general, we have a large e-commerce facility that it will be of type 2B construction. We'll have use groups S1, B, and accessory uses for A, for break room and training rooms. It is a single-story building with a footprint of 1,080,289 square feet, of which 1,041,390 square feet are open warehouse. There is a mezzanine that is located in the facility that is 252,425 square feet. So you can see on the, I don't know who's actually, is that Susan that's showing the screen? That is the footprint of the building. And you can see in the kind of center left bottom of the building, it says mezzanine, elevated mezzanine above. Just to put it in perspective, the interior clear height of this building is 45 feet, and the mezzanine elevation is at 19 feet 2 inches. So approximately half the height of the building is occupied at that corner of the building with the mezzanine. Also, in the bottom of the drawing, and I don't know, and Matt will ultimately show this, we've colored this up, but there are 4 stair towers that exit, they project from the face of the building. They're 1-hour rated enclosures that serve as the means of egress for the upper mezzanine levels. And so they're exterior stairs, they're enclosed, but they're exterior to the footprint of the building. And there's 4 of those. And they are located in such that we can provide a maximum of 400 feet of travel distance to all the locations within those upper mezzanine levels. And I use the word mezzanine levels in that the structural mezzanine, as I said, is at 19 foot 2 inches. On top of that mezzanine is what's called a PIC module. And I believe the board has seen this in previous presentations we may have made. But there's no robotics. I know the board has been very familiar with our robotics projects, but there are no robotics. In this particular facility, there's actually what we call pick modules, where I equate it to library shelving units that are assembled side by side, and then there's an intermediate floor level that's actually part of the shelving system. And so it basically has two levels, one at the concrete, mezzanine level, and then there's another level about 9'7" up that is connected through intercommunicating stairs that employees can go up and down to access products that's stored in these library shelvings. So it's a self-supporting shelving system. It is completely sprinkled throughout. It is, exit signage, et cetera, throughout. It is. So it's a very large piece of equipment, essentially, and racking that employees will be occupying. I was able to work with the tenant and identified that on a normal shift, and trying to anticipate questions, a normal shift of the building, about 50 people, 50 staff members will be on either of those two levels. During the peak season, because this is e-commerce and there'll be a peak season, that head count goes up to 75 people per shift. So again, over 250 some thousand square feet, you're looking at 50 to 75 people, depending on the time of the year. So not a highly occupied area, but again, and serviced by 4 rated stairwells. And then you can also see on this plan, there's 4 interior stairs that really get you just down to the warehouse floor. They're not enclosed, but and we don't count those actually in our means of egress calculations, but they ultimately would serve as a means of egress if needed. But they would take you down to the ground floor level of the building. And you can see that then the balance of the building, all the vertical lines, it's high bay racking, very consistent with what you'd expect in a merchandise warehouse. On the building, I mentioned is to be construction. It will have a full sprinkler system throughout. It'll be a combination of VSFR and control mode sprinklers. And also, as you've seen with this particular tenant, we will also be providing a full Hornstrom alarm system throughout the entire facility, including throughout that PIC module. So that's kind of a general overview of the building itself. Our application, as I said, is for 3 items. Item number 6 is for OBC sections 907.5.2 and 907.5.2.2 for a voice alarm system. And that is a result of the square footage of the mezzanines. If we take them in aggregate and add both levels, we are still below 50% of the overall warehouse footage, which would require, since we're greater than the third to the 50%, would require a voice alarm system. We are proposing a Hornstrom system. And Mr. Guilfoyle will describe that in a little further detail. Also, we are requesting a variance for item number 7, which is OBBC section 1012.2 and 1017.2, which is our maximum travel egress. As I noted, the building will have a ESR sprinkler system. It will also have a smoke removal system. But with that, we still have a mezzanine that does not meet the criteria, all the criteria for direct acceptance or approval of the 400-foot travel distance. Because of that mezzanine kind of bifurcating the section of the building, and as I said, it's about half the height of the interior space, we do not meet the 24-foot clear as listed in the requirements or the conditions of 400-foot of travel distance. And so as such, Mr. Guilfoyle and Harrington Group, who you should be familiar with, and their studies that they've provided to us on similar projects, have prepared a performance-based design analysis, affectionately known as the smoke and egress study, and will validate the level of safety provided, despite the fact that we do not have the 24-foot clear for the collection of smoke. And then the third request we have is item number 10 on the adjudication order, and it's for OBBC section 1507.13.1, which is the roof slope. I mentioned earlier that we are maintaining a maximum 45-foot clear on the ridge of the roof. When we do the geometries to fit in the PIC modules, we have to go less than a 1/4 inch per foot of roof slope, and it's in places is 1/8 inch foot per slope. And as such, we are requesting a variance for that. I provided supporting letters, or a letter from the structural engineer of record stating that he has accounted for the additional potential ponding and snow drifting that may result from the lower roof slope, and that is accounted for in our building structural design. And so you should have that as part of the record of our application. So having said all that, I know I'm running through it relatively quickly, but I'm trying to be respectful of the board's time as well as Mr. Tonovich's availability. I guess at this point I would like to turn it over to Matt Guilfoyle of Harrington Group. And Matt, you know, the board has seen your studies before, so I would ask, as we discuss, maybe discuss the methodology for a brief time, and then also just the results of your report. And the board has had the report, the signed sealed report, I believe is dated May 17th, also as a record of our application. So Matt, I guess Susan, I don't know how you allow Matt to present and share his screen, but that's what we'd like to do at this time.
Paul, you can help with that, can you not?
Yes, if he shares his, I could put it up online.
So thanks, Mark. Mark, this is Matt Guilfoyle. I can talk through the two asks and bring up the report if we need to look at anything. So as Mark mentioned, the first ask there is in regards to.
Gentlemen, allow me to interrupt for a moment. This is John Dodovich. I do have to sign off. My apologies. But please know this, to the board chair and to the board, we have reviewed this on our side, and we are in support of it. And we will provide you with any letter documentation that you want. I'm not sure why Captain Page isn't on, but he and I have reviewed this carefully. And because of the confidential nature, we really couldn't delegate to anybody else. And so I apologize that we couldn't name a second. There's really nobody that knows anything about this project in our city and at the next level down. So that's the reason that we couldn't name a number 2. So I do apologize, but I'll do whatever it takes to help this thing pass. So
No worries on that. Before we let you go, though, any questions of Mr. Dodovich by members of the board? Okay, enjoy your weekend. You get to sign off.
Thank you, sir. Be well.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, Mr. Guilfoyle, go ahead.
Thank you. So the first ask is about the mezzanine area. So we looked at the mezzanine area. It's above 1/3, but below 1/2. And to get into that range, the code requires an emergency voice alarm communication system. What we're proposing is a conventional horn strobe system throughout, achieving audible notification throughout the entire warehouse, including the mezzanine and the PIC module areas. The basis of that is the occupants will be fully trained, right? And the goal here being to provide occupant notification in case of a fire to begin egressing. So the occupants are trained quarterly on evacuation drills. The building undergoes a full building evacuation. So when the alarm goes off, everyone egresses. And then there'd be basically horn strobes located throughout the mezzanine area. We carried that assumption over to our second ask, which is the egress traveling, where we completed fire and egress modeling. So we did a smoke study using FDS, fire dynamics simulator, to model the smoke movement through the building. We compared that to our egress analysis, where we used Pathfinder modeling and ensured that there was tenable conditions or safe conditions for occupants to get off the mezzanine and out of the facility. Because that code section, it references 24-foot clear height, we were really focused in that study on the topmost PICMOD level, which is the closest to the ceiling. So we looked at that area kind of the most in depth, and that was the area most impacted by the smoke production in the building for the 4 different fire scenarios we looked at. And then again, as Mark mentioned, the building does incorporate a smoke exhaust system that incorporates 44 smoke exhaust fans across the roof, achieving a little bit higher than a 2 air change per hour rate. They're concentrated over the mezzanine itself, since that's the area of kind of highest concern and risk for this building. We took that modeling results, compared it to our egress modeling, where kind of went back and forth to say, making sure our egress modeling took into account what we were seeing in the fire modeling. And at the end of that, we were able to show that safe egress from that topmost level, and then the mezzanine level, and then the building itself was achievable with a 400-foot travel distance.
Okay, anything further there? Okay, any questions of Mr. Goldfoyle, please? Members of the board?
I have a question. On the mezzanine, there are 2 levels. One is 19 foot 2 inches above finished floor. The other is 28 foot 9 above finished floor. What are the 2 levels again? What?
So
what
so the 19 foot 2 level is the structural mezzanine, and that is a PIC module as well. So it's the mezzanine level is the same as what would be considered PICMOD level 1, and it's a manual PIC module. The 28 foot 9 level basically mirrors the layout of the PICMOD level 1, and I've called that PICMOD level 2, and it's the same purpose. It's a manual PIC module where those employees will be picking product from.
So the building height is 39 foot 10 to 45 feet. So the people on the mezzanine are going to be closer to the 39 foot 10.
Yep,
Would
exactly.
you say 40, so if you take, say, 40 feet minus the 28 foot 9, it's 11 foot 3. Okay, I mean, so it's a lot closer to the ceiling.
Yep, and that's why our the layout of the smoke exhaust fans are more concentrated over that PICMOD level 2 than the remainder of the facility.
So you're going to
we're exhausting.
In your study, you're going to prove that the smoke layer is above between the 6 foot or something and 11 foot 3.
Yep, and if you in the report, which I can bring up if you'd like, there is some areas where you see areas of smoke and reduced visibility in the corner of the facility. But we've used our egress modeling to show that occupants are moving away from that area where the smoke is impacting more, has more of an impact on, which is really the corner of the facility, and the rest of the mezzanine. We're making sure those tenable conditions, the smoke layer. We looked at visibility, carbon monoxide, and temperature at 6 feet above the walking surface. So we looked at it at about 35 feet above the finished floor, which is 6 feet above PICMOD level 2.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Paul Vegan. A lot of times we've seen a lot of these fire models before, and it's getting occupants out. Can you tell me a little bit at the end of the model? Your modeling ends when the occupants are out of the building, not really considering that the fire department has to go back in and do search and rescue this entire facility. Can you kind of tell us what happens beyond the end of your model when to those smoke layers that the rescue personnel have to go in and do search and rescue through the building?
Yep, and I'm going to share my screen to help illustrate this. So we ran the models out to the egress time, and then we ran it beyond that out to 20 minutes. So we have results from the fire modeling out to 20 minutes, and I just want to make sure I get my screen correct here. Number 2. hopefully we can see my screen now. So this is our egress time being shown. And what ends up happening is this is at a height of 35 feet above the finished floor. So that's the highest elevation in the facility above the highest walking surface. At 1200 seconds, which is 20 minutes, it helps to, the exhaust system helps to kind of stop the smoke from spreading throughout the facility. So at the height on the PICMOD level 2, once that exhaust system comes on and has kind of established its exhaust rate, it's really arresting the rest of the spread of the smoke across the mezzanine. At the 6 foot height, which is the height that you would enter on right at the ground level, there's very little smoke at all at that level. I think so. This next one is at 6 feet above the finished floor. So if you entered into one of the exterior doors, and what you're seeing is just it looks blank, and that's because there's no reduction in visibility at this point below 33 feet. So at 20 minutes, which is kind of as much as I can tell you based on the models we ran, the conditions you're walking into at 6 feet above the finished floor, you'd be able to see, smoke above you, but there wouldn't be a decrease beyond 33 feet of visibility, being able to see through smoke at that height. You would see smoke on the highest level, right? So if I go back up, this is at the highest level in the facility, which is 35 feet, which rate is about 6 to 10 feet from the ceiling, based on the sloped roof there. And then I don't have an image in the report for what the mezzanine level looks like. So the level that's set at 19'2". But I can tell you there wasn't much impact on the smoke at that level either. It was similar to what you see at the ground level for the fire scenario that we're looking at here. I should have led with that, but we looked at 4 scenarios, and this scenario is is trying to simulate a rack fire. So it's a very large fire. It's 12.7 megawatts, and it's located immediately adjacent to the PIC module itself. So we've assumed that the fire started in the racking array, which stores up to, in this case, about 33 feet. And that's what's driving our fire size and the amount of smoke being produced in the building in our simulation.
Any other questions? Mr. Ford, anything further?
No, not at this time. We'd be glad to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, what are your thoughts and sentiments?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question about the roof slope issue on this one. Just working through the geometry on there, the way that there's no roof plan in here to kind of see, but it looks like it's sloping from the middle of the sides, and if it's like other facilities, you have scuppers and downspouts on the outside of the building. Just doing the math there, keeping it a 1/4 inch per foot's a 40-inch difference. So what's the hardship again for, I mean, is that 40 inches really that important? Can you make the building 40 inches higher to accommodate the required roof slope?
It's a great question. So we've been studying that very issue. I saw the screen change there. We've been studying that issue for multiple projects. This building has been constructed as we're presenting multiple locations throughout the country, and that question does come up. The issue, and Matt can probably illuminate more on it, is that if we exceed the 45-foot clear to the underside of the roof deck, the ESFR sprinkler type systems have not been fully tested and approved at this point to go to like a 48-foot underside of deck. And so what it would create would be you wouldn't be able to do very narrow aisle racking systems, which is proposed. And you would also be looking at having to install in-rack sprinklers as well. And so for these facilities for the last 2 or 3 years, we've been really holding the underside of the roof deck max at 45 feet. awaiting for all those final approvals and testings from FM and UL. So Matt, I don't know if you have any additional color you can add to that, or if I misspoke, you can certainly correct me.
No, I'll just add, if you go about an NFPA 13, you can get a criteria for ESFR sprinklers, and one of the big advantages there is you don't need in-rack sprinklers. And the highest they go up to in NFPA 13 is that 45 foot. So that would be at the kind of your peak, but then at your eve, we're still using, so ESFRs are installed across the entire roof deck. Mark mentioned before, we also use CMDA sprinklers. CMDA, or control mode area, density area sprinklers, are below the mezzanine and below the PIC module level, but what's protecting the topmost PIC module level is still an ESFR sprinkler. And you have to maintain a 3-foot clearance from your sprinkler when they're ESFRs, from your sprinkler deflector down to their top of storage. So the roof slope helps to make sure we maintain that all the way to the exterior wall, or the kind of the last storage location.
Any other questions? Okay, what's the comfort level on those 3 items?
I mean, I guess I don't have any issues with the extended distance and the mezzanine and whatnot. I don't know about the roof, and I'm not an engineer or an architect, so I don't know if I can.
So you're inviting Brad or Paul to comment?
Yes.
Well, they provided, an engineer looked at the, I guess we call it progressive deflection, because it doesn't have enough slope. And, they determined that they beefed up this roof framing so that it wouldn't deflect and cause a problem, like ponding of water or something, because it's such a small, slope on it. That would be a worry, I guess. But
I guess I'm more worried about snow sitting up to the snow load, but I'm not the card-carrying smart people to figure this out.
Well, I'm assuming they took care of whatever roof loads there are up there, that it wouldn't over deflect by beefing up that's what they, structural engineer put that in there.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah, it's not so much the snow load, because that's going to be there, not mattering what the slope is. It's really for the ability for water to get off. I mean, you've seen plastic roofs before, right? There's seams, and those seams are probably, the seams themselves are 1/8 of an inch, right? So roof slope is only 1/8 of an inch. Once it gets to that seam, it's going to hold it up and have increased opportunity for ponding in locations there. So if indeed the roof structure as it was presented has accounted for additional water load on top of the building, then I would have to assume that it's sufficient. It's just not going to drain as well. It's just not going to.
Yeah, and to Mr. Began's point, I'm sorry, to Mr. Began's point, he's spot on. It is, the roof has been designed to take additional live load, which is primarily the water. The snow is really going to be dictated by the parapet height more than the roof slope. The live load of the water is accounted for in the building design. We also use a sump detail in our detailing that allows for, we try to create more of a head on the water to help it siphon, siphon down the roof drains as well. So like I say, we've been doing the 1/8 slope for multiple projects now, have not seen any issues. We've been doing it in, high volume water areas, in, Central Florida, South Florida, and it has not been posed an issue to the buildings to date.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Began likes being told he's spot on.
That was nice, thank you. Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Let me ask, I do have some conditions we wanted to put up on a previous project. I know we're not a precedent-setting board, but we have seen some of these facilities before. We have put a condition limiting employees with mobility impairments out of those mezzanine and PIC levels as a condition on similar projects. Would that be a concern for this one?
You know, I don't know if I can speak for the tenant on that. I know you're right. The last case that we did have where we had a mezzanine, that was a concern raised by the local fire official, I believe, and because of a previous adjudication they had in that jurisdiction that wasn't ours, but they felt to be consistent, they needed to raise the issue on our application as well. The building, or excuse me, the mezzanine is provided with an elevator, so it is accessible. Now, the likelihood, again, and I guess, you know, from someone in a wheelchair, I think would be problematic. Just the physical nature of being able to turn in the aisles within these PIC modules, that kind of thing. I think that would be a bit of a challenge. But you know, as we know, there are other mobility issues or disabilities. I know that when we agreed to that condition on the previous hearing, there was a concern raised by the tenant's legal group about, you know, possible, I don't know what the word is, you know, discrimination, I guess, of employment discrimination of not providing equivalent workspace if they were, you know, employees were not, disabled employees were not allowed to access these mezzanines. So it's a tough, hard to give a hard yes on that, I guess, is what I'm stumbling through here. I believe the board in their condition or the discussion on that other hearing was that if it was a ruling by the board that in some way obfuscates or relieves the applicant of potential claims because they can simply, you know, state that they're complying with a state order or a state, you know, board ruling. I believe that was mentioned or part of our discussion. So you know, maybe that same concept is still valid on this project.
I think so. And
I mean, I'm not sure that it is, but it probably provides some mitigation for the owner.
Yeah, and like I said, we are providing an elevator. And there is an elevator in each of these facilities that is provided to these mezzanines to account for you know, to comply with accessibility. Otherwise, I guess that would be a variance we'd be asking for, is not to provide an elevator to the upper level. You know, I do know in my discussions with the tenant, based on that previous case that we presented, that they do work in a buddy system, and I think I may have mentioned that, is if they do have a disabled employee, they do work in a buddy system that the able-bodied person is teamed with someone and is responsible or, you know, assigned to them throughout their shift to assist them in their work. So I think we're trying to provide accommodation and not restriction.
Yeah, and I'll put the condition up in a bit, and we can have further discussion if we need to. But we do call out for equivalent work areas to be provided on the main level. Reason for that too, and you know, I would assume, yes, you have elevators for access and things like that. Are those elevators assumed to be part of an accessible means of egress? You know, do they have a, you know, smoke-proof and fireproof vestibule at the top and the bottom, and the shafts are, you know, all the things you need for an accessible means of egress for an elevator? I don't know if that's the case or not. Yeah.
Yeah, they do not.
In emergency power. So my guess, yes, for accessibility, you provided that, but you know, still means of egress. The stairs are the way going to go, right? I'm sure the elevator on the alarm notifications, the elevator has a recall, goes back down, and it's not available for use. So again, just with the increased access, travel distance, and it's really just from those levels, you know, where, hey, there could be some smoke. And if it's taking someone a little bit longer time, personally, I'd rather err on the side of caution in that particular case. You know, let the lawyers do what they're going to do down the road. But, you know, with us extending the law to give a variance for you for this particular case, I don't think it's would be wrong in thinking safety first before accessibility. And I can't imagine any lawyer trying to argue that in front of a judge if it ever got to that point.
You'd be surprised what lawyers argue.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Right, Chip?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You haven't asked them if they have gendered restrooms or not. That's.
Oh, there we go.
Well, hey, I did send, there's an article in Dispatch today on that very subject.
Yeah. You can't read it because we're not subscribers.
Yeah.
Well, I can't help it that you didn't spring for the Dispatch.
Well,
I'll see if there's a way to get it to you in a different format.
Yeah, but otherwise, I don't have any opposition to the variance. If you want, I can put up those conditions. We can take a look at it.
Yeah, I think that'll move this forward. But Brad and Neil, you've been sort of silent here. What's your comfort level?
I think I'm comfortable with those conditions. They disappeared though, but
yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
That's a good idea. Limiting the disabled people, I think that's a good idea.
I'm comfortable too, Carl.
Okay. All right, well, let's get those up and take a look at them.
Let me read them through the record as well too. For item number 7, variance is conditioned upon the occupancy of the upper level PIC areas and mezzanine areas of the building shall be limited to persons without mobility impairments. Equivalent work areas shall be provided for any such persons on the ground level if required. This condition shall be listed as a special condition on certificate of occupancy. Number 2, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building areas, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein. And number 3, a letter of no objection shall be submitted by the fire official to the Board of Building Appeals and the chief building official before the building permit is issued.
Okay, and we're mindful we do not have fire on this during this hearing for whatever reason. Mr. Ford, any comments or questions with regard to those proposed conditions?
No, I'm looking at the first condition, and I believe it is similar to the conditions that were had been previously imposed on the hazardous material facility we had. You know, that the tough one is it's so black and white. It says without mobility impairment. I don't know how you know, what if some, again, I'm just thinking out loud, and unfortunately you're catching me a little off guard, is that you know, someone with a prosthetic leg, is that considered a mobility impairment? But they're still fully mobile. You know, I hate to make it so black and white, that's what I'm wrestling with.
Well, maybe, but based on what you're saying, it's not black and white. Essentially, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's open. I guess it's open to interpretation. But I think you raise a valid point. What chime in here, members?
I don't know that we could use the building code to effectively limit a person with disability from working in a specific area. That's what concerns me. I mean, that would seem to be, I don't know.
And we don't have Mr. Donovich.
Yeah, what if we just keep, you know, the equivalent work area should be provided, similar to something we do on stadiums.
Well, but Neil, how do you word the first sentence then? Or do you eliminate the first sentence?
You eliminate it.
I don't think you can, because it says any such persons.
And again, personally, you know, I am, you know, as one of the board members, willing to err on the side of safety. Again, the reason for the increased travel distance is because our roof is too low because they have 2 levels of mezzanine. There's an area of the building, and we saw on the smoke things that there's some areas that, hey, there's going to be smoke up there. If it takes somebody longer than the model has accounted for to get out of there, they may have a hard time finding their way down and out. That's the concern. Let me ask this question. Are all of the stairwells enclosed?
Yes, the 4 stairwells that serve the upper levels are enclosed. They, those are the 4 that are on the they're outboard stairs, but they are fully enclosed, and they are 1 hour rated.
That doesn't help you if you have mobility issues.
No.
Well, no, but if they're in a smoke-free area, because if it's an egress stair and it's enclosed, it's got a smoke, you know, it's pressurized to keep the smoke out of it.
It's like a safe haven almost.
I think the question needs to go back, and I'd have to look at a floor plan more, you know, is, you know, from those pick areas, you know, is that what the model is showing as far as the means of egress? They're only using those stairs, or are they using the communicating stairs between the levels that are not enclosed? And that I don't know.
It's a combination of both, Mr. Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I conceptually, I'm not disagreeing with your statements at all. I'm trying to just react to the wording and trying to, I guess, you know, protect my client from potential claims of employment limitations. But, you know, the equivalent work areas, the challenge is those PIC modules are only on this mezzanine. There's no other PIC modules, you know, anyplace else in the building. And so to provide equivalent work area really isn't feasible, because, again, it's a specific function and it only takes place on that mezzanine. Everything below it is mechanized.
And I'm not a disability attorney, but Mr. Ford, do you know, is there some employment benefit premium to whether higher pay or special parking spot or something for working on the pick area versus somewhere out on the floor? I mean,
No, I don't believe so.
I mean, conceivably, this really isn't an issue because it's not discriminatory.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't, I mean, the law requires you provide a reasonable accommodation.
Right.
So if they can't go up the steps to the pick area, well, what other employment can they do? I mean, there's got to be other positions, and so long as it's a reasonable accommodation.
Well, here's two kind of things forward. One, we can, not that we want to, we could continue this. We could have a discussion with the AAG, who's our representative, our legal representative, and ask them about that. Or number two, we could, assuming that we would grant a variance, we could grant a variance, and I think we have, what, 10 days? 15 days or something like that after the order. We could still review with our AAG and recall it if necessary. I know we're meeting within that timeline again, so.
Yeah, our preference would be to get a vote on the variances, and I guess they're somewhat time sensitive because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of economic development and leases and, you know, construction contract commitments that, unfortunately, this is a significant element to, you know, everyone being comfortable with the project advancing forward. So, you know,
I'd say under that,
I think we do need to have action.
I would say that we could move forward with the impaired mobility language. If I understand what Paul's saying, is we can certainly revisit that on the 28th if we advised in a way that we're stepping out of our lane with respect to imposing that kind of condition.
There are professions that, you know, obviously people in a wheelchair cannot perform, say. I mean, you can't accommodate everybody for everything. I mean, if they're working in a steel mill, there are probably jobs that they can't do. So
yeah, again, the big thing is me, because we are granting a variance to allow a sizable increase in the exit access travel distance.
Right.
You know, that's my concern. So I would feel bad the other way if we didn't have the language and somebody with mobility impairment wasn't able to get out in time enough, and somebody goes back and says, look, the Board of Building Appeals gave them a longer exit access travel distance.
Yeah,
there's a lawsuit there too.
I think we should proceed, grant the variance, leave the impaired mobility language in, and revisit it if we need to. You know, it may not even be enforceable. I mean, who knows? I mean, if maybe the accessibility employment law would end up trumping something the Board of Building Appeals conferred anyways. We don't know that. You know, but we don't want to step out of our lane, but I also do think that we have an obligation to consider the life safety aspects here. So I'd be in favor of passing it with that language in, but I would be very comfortable excising it if we're advised that we've stepped outside our lane. That's just that's my view.
Well, under that premise, I think, you know, we will agree to the conditions as written. I fully respect the board's concern. I think, you know, there is a cause and effect that Mr. Began's describing in terms of the increased travel distance, and then the time that may be required for a disabled or a person with limited mobility to meet the model that we presented. So we're we're in lockstep in terms of understanding what the concern is. And I would request, I guess, the board to take action, and then we'll see what all the lawyers have to say about it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I agree. You do need action, and we're willing to provide action. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 21-0055. The appellant is Panettone Development Company Incorporated for the premises Project 4, that's FORE, at 3550 Columbus Road Northeast, Canton, Ohio, 44705. The appellee is John Dodovich, building official for the City of Canton Building Department, and adjudication order number 2021-XXX-01. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read in the record and noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Ford, Mr. Foyle, the variance is granted on those conditions, and like we said, if we need to revisit condition 1, we will do so.
Okay, we appreciate your consideration today.
Very good. Thank you very much. That concludes the case. Enjoy your weekend, gentlemen.
Yeah, you too. Thank you, board.
Thanks. Okay, Tammy, we're almost there. We're almost done.
Okay.
I don't have to read any continued cases today. We've approved the minutes. Is there a motion to approve compensation for ourselves and for preparation and our attendance to?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, well, we stand to be compensated for our efforts today. Susan, anything further to come in front of the board?
No, I have nothing.
We've taken care of the refund. Our next hearing will be June 28th, 2021 at 12:30. And hearing no new business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
One last, I may not be able to make Monday the 28th. I'm supposed to be in a trial at 10 o'clock that morning.
And just so you know, I probably will not make the 29th.
I thought Susan shared that with me, Neil. Would there be Susan, have notices gone out for the 28th?
They have.
Okay. All right. What's your potential time issue, Chip, on the 28th?
I am supposed to be in a
afternoon. I mean, it's an afternoon issue.
A final hearing on a divorce case at 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Well, it is what it is. I mean, you can join us when you can join us, right?
Yeah, I might be able to make it. I just might be late.
Okay. All right. Well, we can stay the course. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We stand adjourned, again, subject to announcing for the purposes of the record that June 28th at 12:30 we will resume and take up our docket at that point in time. Tammy, Susan, everybody have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Have a happy Father's Day.
Yep. Happy Father's Day. Thanks. Okay.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.